Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back. This is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. It is the November finals here, and it's a very lovely morning to see everyone. How are you doing? We are your casters, Ham Quack and Death Adder, or Phil. What's up, Phil?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. It was a bit of a downer morning in the morning, or could have been great weather depending on whether you like the rain or not. But we are back with the November finals. It's going to be a bit of a compressed month because right after this week, 2 weeks later, I think we're going to have the December finals. So those are not going to drag forward to the next year. So that's more Brawl Stars action that's going to come your way. And Quack, we have a big shout out to give to Team PSG, don't we?
Yes, we do. A very, very big shout out. I mean, I'm sure that's everyone in the Brawl Stars community can talk about right now, especially, they represented Singapore on the world stage. And it wasn't just, like a very tough fight or anything. It was a complete steamroll. They won 3-0.
Yeah.
Come on, that's incredible. Like if
didn't drop a single map, didn't drop a single match at all. But the graphics are gonna come up in a bit, and why don't you take us through the brackets for today?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they qualified. As I've always talked about, we have the monthly qualifiers. If you win those, you get $100, maybe 50, I think, and of course you get a chance to play right here in the monthly finals. We have, familiar faces here and there, some new faces as well. Let's just walk right through it. We got Force, of course. Then we have the Subtilizers. I think they're the new guys. Grasma, Dophen, IC Dophen's, New Gamer Sugarplum, or NGSP. Umbrella, who I think are pretty new as well. Cloud Gaming, and lastly, INT Resonance. Those are the teams that have qualified. We should be looking at the brackets pretty soon. That is what we're looking at right here, right now. Of course, we're starting off round of 8, and that's what this entire day one of the November finals is all about. We want to sort everyone out into the upper brackets or the lower brackets, and of course, if you want, a better chance to move into finals, the upper brackets are where you want to be. So, seeing how the rest of the games play out, it's going to be Force, NGSP. Grasma, Dophen against INT Resonance, Subtilizers against Umbrella, so new guys fighting off against new guys, Cloud Gaming against IC Dophen, and that's the games that we have going up for today. Best of threes throughout, so it's going to be one heck of a doozy.
Yeah, indeed. And I think it's not the whole bracket today. It might be up until the lower bracket round 2. If I'm not wrong, and then we continue tomorrow. So if you guys had planned out your day, don't panic. It's not the whole day. So yeah. So there you go. Matchups for today. Force versus NGSP up first. Grasma, Dophen going up against INT Resonance. So that's going to be a pretty interesting match to see. They are usually very close. Subtilizers will be the third match, and then we will go with Cloud Gaming, IC Dophen, which is also always an interesting matchup. Cloud Gaming was one of the only teams, I think, next to Grasma, Dophen to be able to pick off 1 or 2 maps up against Team Force or the PSG / I think they use a ringer, so like it's 2+1. But yeah, it's slated to be a pretty interesting day of Brawl Stars, and I have to say the game has kind of grown on me quite a bit. Like I wasn't too into it at the beginning, but over the months that we've been doing it, it's gotten more interesting. I mean, the games are really quick, really fun. The meta is like, at the casual level, it's just like anything goes. So you can use any brawler that you prefer, and you can, if you're good enough, you can get away with stuff. I mean, at the pro level, like these guys, it's slightly different.
Oh yeah.
But it allows for a lot of creativity. And the good thing is you're not locked to a singular game mode. So if you prefer to play like a TDM style, you can just play that the whole day. If you prefer to play more objective style, you can go and play like Brawl or like Heist or something. So yeah, it's great game, I think, so far, and it's great to see that Supercell are still supporting it and have basically pledged to support, I think, this tournament all the way until March 2021. So
Yeah.
that's like, it's been since September. So that's a
Yeah, I think we
pretty
did start in September. It's
reasonable,
been a
yeah,
while.
it's a pretty reasonable deal for them to commit to this tournament up until 2021 from September 2020. So yeah,
Huge shout outs, Supercell, ESL Asia, of course, and everyone in the chat for sticking with us all this while. So, yeah, I think might be. Are we going for a short break?
the gamers are just loading in to the map.
Right.
So once we get in and once they do all the vetoing and well, not vetoing, sorry. Once they get in and get everything sorted, hopefully no one's asleep. Like the past two tournaments, we did have one or two guys asleep, and their teammates couldn't wake them up, so they unfortunately had to disqualify themselves. But always funny. But let's have a look. You have an interesting background going on behind you, very different to mine. Mine is quite laissez-faire, but you have all your ducks
more...
and.
Well, yours looks professional, man.
No, it's just like, it's two dresses and the banner. But I mean, in the future, the plan is to have like a bookshelf, and then on the bookshelf there'll be like little trinkets and stuff.
Trinkets.
But, yeah, there's a lot of stuff to still be done in this room. So.
Yeah, I just got a bunch of ducks and plushies and soft toys. I mean, we did get that nice little care package from ESL. We have the Brawl Stars plushies. I think someone in the chat from the previous month talked about, there's this Sally Leon skin. Sally is the duck character from Line Chat.
Yeah.
So it's Leon, but with the duck hoodie, and that would be perfect for my setup. But I don't have it. It's okay. Just saying.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Like, Supercell sent us a lot of stuff, lot of stuff. So, we've got a couple plushies, and we've got a mug. I have a couple of shirts and a couple of hoodies. So. We'll see how it goes. I mean, if we have some pretty good, I don't know, maybe we can put some stretch goals down for our viewer count, or see who is the most committed, the most committed fan out there.
It would be pretty dope, right? If there were some kind of a giveaway. I think there is a giveaway in the YouTube chat actually talking about.
There probably is, but I would be more than happy to find, like, if we hit a certain stretch goal, I'd be more than happy to post some of this stuff up at the conclusion of the tournament.
Oh, yeah. We'll see if you get something like that underway. But definitely huge shout outs to the community here. I think we have a couple of the players as well, Wiggly's Pooh, and I think Aaron from one of the Resonance teams. They've been streaming on Twitch, Brawl Stars, and it's pretty interesting to watch and follow them, talk about their thought processes, why they pick certain brawlers. All of this stuff comes into, definitely when you're playing competitive, right? Power play, that kind of stuff. It's not just deathmatch anymore, dude. There's like a lot more depth to it, even though the game seems to be pretty simple. But I do think we are going for a short break, since some of the players are just trying to, get their games in, maybe warm up a bit. So in the meantime, hang tight. We're going to be right back. Don't go away, guys. Hey, and once again, we are back with the Brawl. Oh, what is that I see? All right. He always likes to peep up every now and then.
Spike. He likes he likes. No, not now. Later.
Not now, dude. We're trying to do a show, man.
Sorry, he hasn't had breakfast yet, so you gotta excuse him. He's a bit hungry.
No, it is in the morning after all. I think some of the players, were a bit hungry as well. They had to get their breakfast in. But now that they are ready, we're going to get right back into the game. The first one is going to be Heist on Kaboom Canyon. It's Force versus NGSP. You can see they're still sporting their PSG tag. Of course, Response and Cootie Ace playing their tried and true method of Brock and Carl. But of course, the bigger question is, can NGSP even take them down? We're seeing a similar composition, actually, Carl and Brock as well. The only difference being, I think, Dia on Sugar Plum. Trying to connect his shots, he will get taken out by Response, unfortunately. And right now, it's just another, kind of a fight to see who can get control over mid. They're trying to take a couple of shots over into NGSP's base, and right now, they're actually able to do so. Force, their spawn, their base is still at 100%, Bill.
Yeah, it is still at 100%, and they need to be careful about this because, like you said, mid control is so important in this game mode. And like you also highlighted, they do have a lineup of very far-range hitters, or ranged hitters, that is. And if you allow them to get near that lake, they're basically right in range of your base. Basically, you're safe, right? And as you brought up, as I just moved something out of the way, it is 67% to 100% right now down to 62. So NGSP really putting the pressure down, or Team Force rather, really putting the pressure down on NGSP at the moment. They need to push their way up through, and they're not going to be able to do so. Side will take out Sugar Plum. Through the Ace coming around the corner with the ult. Will drop Roberto Firmino and start to hack away at the safe. Down 44% health, and it's not looking good for NGSP at the moment.
Not looking good. I mean, just looking at how they're playing right now, they're so far back. Response just all by his lonesome is able to establish enough of a presence. Sugar Plum will finally take him out though. Now Cootie Ace going in by a bit will get taken out as well, and that's the strength of B. She's a sharpshooter. You get hit by her twice, it's a lot of damage, but still not enough. NGSP, they haven't made a move on the Force's base yet. Right now, it's just a bit, but chip damage is not going to be enough. 70% to 30, and you can see it's a little bit of a base race, but not even, because Force are just too dominating.
For a second, I thought the comeback was real, but I did not see that someone had actually sneaked down below and was going for that base race. But that is it. That's the first round of that best of 3. It is best of 3, best of 3. So it is 3 rounds per game and 3 games per set. It always is a bit of a tongue slash mental twister right there when everyone's like, wait, what? Huh? How do I describe it? Is it a map? Is it a game? Is it a set? Is it a matchup?
Right.
And then you need to lay it out for them. So yes, 3 rounds per game mode, and they're on different maps. And then it takes it's best of 3 on the map game mode. So we're back into round 2 now. NGSP, hopefully they are gonna do their best to come back and force it to a round 3.
Yeah, but they're going for a different composition this time. Sugar Plum opting to go with Colette. Another sort of a sharpshooter, but it's a little bit tough right now. As you can see, they're not doing very well getting control over mid at all. The response is just too darn accurate. They're getting taken out. Now they've kind of pushed in by a bit. And yeah, it's just not looking good at all. Tracy gets taken out. Scythe, they've established a foothold over the middle ground. NGSP trying to gain it back, but it's just not. Doesn't look too good.
Oh, here he comes down onto that side, but now Kudier is going to be able to make his way down into NGSP's territory. He is in range of that safe, and for a second, Tracy was actually able to spin over the river with that ultimate ability, with that super ability, and was giving Team Force a bit of a worry, but they were able to backtrack and take him out. So 93-79 at the moment in a pretty commanding lead are Sugar Plum, and I think they are pretty happy with this, but they have to be sure to kind of hold them. If they're in like basically the dividing line right now is if Team Force can get like halfway past, like if you imagine where the grass is right now, halfway, a line half through that half, if they get past that line, they're in range of the safe, so they can slowly start to pick away at NGSP's safe. But here we go, Supers once again, and already down to 55%.
Down to 55, now 40, now 30. NGSP, they're trying their darndest to play the defense game, but Kudie's just snuck into that corner. Now he's doing a little bit more as well. Gadget popped the dash right in. Roberto finally takes him out, but 24-79. Oh, that's kind of steep, dude. That's a tall mountain to climb for NGSP. They're gonna do their best, going in for the Hail Mary. Sugar Plum dashes right in, but it's not enough. The Scythe takes him out. Now they have to go into their base and do as much damage as possible. With 3 seconds left, 1 second, that is game over for NGSP in this first map.
I mean, it's rough, right? Like, once Brock gets in range and starts putting the rockets down and then saves up for the super ability, pops the super, you're getting instant damage, instant like burst damage on the safe, and then you're getting that damage over time from the flames as well. So it's really tough. And Team Force did really well with the PAM as well, right? They put down the healing box and basically were able to sustain. So when that box goes down, it does two things, right? One, it heals you, but two, it puts some pressure on your opponents because they know that they need to commit time to take out the heals first. So I think that's it for the game map mode 1. We're gonna go to Brawl Ball on Triple Dribble. So
on Triple Dribble,
let me have a look at Triple Dribble.
The
interesting one, I remember.
Yeah,
a lot of obstacles. But Team Force,
they are crazy. Speaking of Brawl Ball, I mean, I don't know if you caught the World Finals. They played against INTZ, a Brazilian team.
Yeah,
there were some latency issues, but really insane. I can't remember. I think it was Cootie Ace. He's the team captain. He's a really smart guy. He's kind of the coach for everyone on the team. They've managed to take out the players. Even they scored a very great goal over in the first, I think first half of the game, and then INTZ just tried to do their best to play defense. They wanted to get a goal in. They couldn't do so at all.
You can't play defense against Team Force.
Oh yeah,
it's
can't play defense
impossible.
When it came down to the last, the wire, they managed to actually sneak a corner goal. Even though INTZ, they had everyone alive, they were trying.
It happened. Like, it happened during, I think last month it did. They had a couple of corner shots. It looked like it was gonna go against the pole, and it just snuck in like right on the pixel of where it would be. So that's you got to think about it. Like, they're not playing on PC, right? Where you have innate control about where it's going. Like, no matter what you want to say, it's not as accurate as on phones, and so to have that accuracy pulled off, it just goes to show about their skill level. But already,
speaking of accuracy, right? I mean, response. The long range shot, and he's on green with that gadget ability. It allows him to kind of control space. It forces them back to push them back towards their spawn. If you connect the shots as well, it's a lot of damage. You can see now Scythe, he's just gonna walk the goal in. He's just gonna walk the ball in. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the thing is you can't stop as long as your opponent is alive, right? He can literally walk the ball in, so you have to take him out as he's coming through. And it was perfect for them right there because, Roberto is on, excuse me.
Barley.
Roberto is on Barley, yeah. And he can't do anything. He's not a melee hero, and he just has to wait for his damage over time from the Molotov. And, you can't stop someone running straight at you if you can't kill him. Yeah. And
that's right.
Here we go. So here comes the counterattack. Counterattack coming down on that right flank. Let's see what they can do. Good control by Scythe, making sure that they can't push straight onto the ball itself. And Sugar Plum going to trade with Response. No, he's not going to trade with Response. Response is going to stay alive? Or did they do the trade? Maybe. Maybe it was a bit of a bug there. But it seems like, okay, they did trade. Both of them did go down. The Response traded with Sugar Plum. And still it goes on. Kudu Ace coming in with the spin. Will be able to drop Roberto Firmino. And now they are setting up for that shot.
They're trying to do that, but at the same time, you can see Kudu Ace, he has the shield gadget up. They're just controlling so much space, and not just space at the same time. It's also time as well, right? Every time they manage to push themselves up further by a bit, they force NGSP back. They're trying to play defense. Now the countdown timer started. What are NGSP gonna do? They need to make a play happen right here, right now. But with all this spinning going on, Kudu Ace, he's so hard to hit. Sugar Plum's trying to do his best. It's down to 1 second. The super shot is not gonna be able to connect, and that is gonna be it for the first round.
Pity. An absolute pity right there, but that's how it goes on Brawl Ball, right? I think they were trying to bank on the fact, like Team Force, they were banking on the fact that they knew that even if they scored, overtime would come in, and they were pretty confident about that. Like I think of all game modes, they are the most confident on Brawl Ball, and I think that's pretty much the ace in their sleeve in any situation. If they can get to Brawl Ball, they know they're gonna be able to take it pretty easily. But NGSP, second round, what do you think is gonna go? I think if they can keep it tight, and if they can keep central control, they definitely need to do a lot better with Roberto Firmino needs to do a lot better with his Molos and having that control over mid. But if they're not gonna be able to do that, then it's rough for them because they don't have a Ray, right? That they're running, so they don't have any speed boost available to just charge down the middle.
Yeah, they don't have a max. It's really tough, and especially with how the map is laid out as well, all these obstacles. I think one way to play around it is if you have someone like Brock, the super break down the boxes, and that's what Scythe is doing right here. And GSP, they didn't opt, they did actually. Sugar Plum is over on Brock. But Roberto over on Sprout, he has the photosynthesis up. He's trying to stay alive. The wall is going to be handy, I think, as well. But that's the thing, they're kind of this reactive team, right? NGSP, every single time we're seeing them play, they're reacting to Force's offensive strategies. They're playing defense. Now they're able to take some eliminations into their pocket, but are they going to be able to score a goal? Because Force, once they come back, it's their game right now. But Tracy spinning to win it. He's going to take one out. Sugar Plum will shoot it right in, and that's going to be the first score of the day for NGSP. Not bad. Right now, it's also another all-out brawl right in the middle, but it seems like this time, Force is the one winning the fight. Tracy will spin to kind of just push Response back, but manages to take him out. And now the ball goes into their goal again. NGSP playing defense now. They have to stay alive. Scythe will get taken out. It's a bit of a trade. Tracy doing her best to stay alive behind these barrels. Roberto now will come back. A little bit of damage. If he can build his super up, he does have it ready. The wall goes up, and that's going to be a little bit tough for Force to deal with. They can't score a goal if that wall is right there, but it's a double-edged sword because they're stuck behind the wall as well. Now the ball goes in, and that's game over.
Yeah, they're stuck behind the wall. They couldn't really do anything. And it is 1-1. So we're going back into it, and this is going to be the tie break. Let's see what they can do. Remember, Force leading on the game mode scoreboard at 1-0. And if time runs out, it goes to overtime, and all these obstacles just disappear. It's an open court. But PSG don't seem to have any worries at all. Able to take out 2 members of NGSP, and last one standing. Just a rough day at the office. Couldn't do anything with that at all. So very commanding lead from PSG, aka Team Force, and I think they are going to have a pretty easy road to the. I mean, we shouldn't say it so quick, but I think it's in everyone's head that, like,
oh yeah,
if the goal is not to beat them, right? The goal is to win 1 point, and then you win 2 points, and then okay, you'll take that first map mode, right? Okay, then we go to point 3. Let's get to the second point. Let's get to the second map mode. It's not about I think that's the mentality. Yeah, that's the mentality that they have to take. Those teams have to take, because if not, you're just overwhelmed, right, by the kind of mental game that goes on. But we're gonna go to a short break, and we'll be back. Go and grab a snack, grab some drinks. If you haven't had breakfast yet, go and grab a couple. I'll go and like make some toast or something, and we'll be back in a few short moments.
Welcome back, everyone. Once again, this is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble November Finals. It's day one. It's the round of 8. We're just trying to figure out, sort everyone into their upper brackets and lower brackets placements. So put your sorting hats on. This is, Harry Potter. So right now, we just had the first game, right? It was Force against Noob Gamer Sugar Plum. And Force took it, of course, 2-0 right now. I mean, it's kind of what everyone expects. It's the elephant in the room that we're going to address. But up next, it's Grasma Dophen against INT Resonance, Phil.
Yeah, and this would definitely be a lot closer. I hope, if anything goes from previous experience, these two teams are very skilled and they are very capable. They are underdogs, of course. We'll see how it turns out. I have good hopes for this match. And of course, once again, same maps, same game modes. It's going to be High Stone Kaboom Canyon, Brawl Ball on Triple Dribble, Bounty on Shooting Star, and I think we're going to go to Bounty. I think.
Yeah, I think we could as well.
Match. Yeah.
I mean, we've seen, we've followed these teams for a while, actually, right? Since we started, like you said, September. That still amazes me. But Grasma, INT Resonance, they've kind of, I think it was FS Resonance, now they're INT Resonance. We always see them playing together, and they always manage to make it somewhere to the finals, right? They either play second or third, maybe even fourth. But it's very fun to see. They are definitely kind of equal in terms of skill. So, like you said, we should be going into a third map if neither team commits a mistake. But of course, I think we have some lovely faces in the chat as well. CZK, he said, "What's up, Quack?" So, what's up, dude? But aside from that, following the brackets today, let's try something a little bit different, right? Following games like Demon Souls and Warcraft and all these lovely RPGs, I would say Force Gaming in our entire Singapore Community Rumble are kind of like the raid boss, They're the final boss to take down. You know what I'm talking about? And then we're seeing all these other teams, right? We're just going to follow and see. We're going to pick out who's going to be our hero, right? Let us know in the chat which one of these teams are going to be the hero that we select. Our main protagonist to go up and fight against Force, the final boss of this entire Brawl Stars Community Rumble. So the game is just going to get started right away. Aaron already on Brock takes out the first obstacle to kind of open things up a bit. Might be a double-edged sword though, because now they don't have that wall to separate them between their base and the opposing team. So I don't know what's going to happen here, Phil. Take us away.
Well, we're going to have a lot of damage on Grasma Dophen's safe early on because two of them have gone down. Like you said, that wall is gone as well. And now they are stuck between two mines at the moment, Resonance, because they're doing damage on that safe, but at the same time, Aaron is on that right flank, popping down some of those rockets onto the safe Grasma Dophen, which is now down to 69%. So Resonance coming back one. They're trading, right? They're trading map position at the moment and trying to feel each other out. But right now, Grasma Dophen has to go on the defense as Aaron is up there, up top, and Resonance are having a rough time now. It's trading back and forth. It's not actually too far apart. I mean, apart from the safe going down to about 50% health, in terms of positioning and skill, they're pretty even. They're pretty even at the moment. It's just to see who can actually get there and get into striking range, and that's right now at the moment. It is Grasma Dophen, so they do have those very good work from Kid Drunken to actually put down the heals, and actually it was Resonance who was actually prioritizing the box well, but just too late whenever they were doing it, and Grasma Dophen able to sneak up and drop them pretty easily like a sack of spuds. So, bit lackluster there. Wasn't too far. I mean, good initial push in by Grasma Dophen, but they just lost map positioning towards the middle of that game. and that was that, right? They couldn't come back, and Resonance capitalized on their hesitation.
You're absolutely right. I mean, I think you said it back there. They drop like a sack of spuds. It just makes me think of like the lunch lady mashed potatoes. Let me serve you mashed potatoes, and it slops right down onto the plate. And that's kind of that sloppy defense that we saw from it was Resonance, right? So, hopefully they can tighten themselves back up a little bit better over in the second round. But like we said earlier on as well, equal in terms of skill. It's just a matter of who gets there first, who gets that little edge up on the other team a little bit faster. And I think right now we saw that it's definitely Grasma in this first round. So coming into the second round, I don't know, they might actually stick with the same composition, same strategy, in fact, breaking down the walls. Let's just get up close and personal, right? Let's see who can get mid control right here. But this time, Jay's the one who gets the first frag. Vex now really low on health. He's gonna fall back. He's hiding in the bushes, but that's damage done already to their base. This could be the great start that Resonance needs.
Yeah, Vex doing an excellent job at the moment with D. And it's just that extra damage that he gets, right? After missing that first shot, being able to supercharge the second shot and then just tee it up. And at the moment, they are doing a excellent job. And I think that's the big thing about it is who's going to be stronger in that side of things. It's a battle between Vex and Raz. And if Raz hits his shots, then it allows his team to push up. If Vex hits the shots, then conversely, Grasma Dophen can push up pretty easily. And now puts off that super. Raz is going to go down, so Aaron helps him with the assist of Vex. And Drunken coming through. Jay, though, already with that ultimate onto the safe. And that does tons of damage. But it's a base race because on the other side, we do have Raz. But Raz has decided to come back and help out because his teammates have just been obliterated. And now Grasma Dophen can go for that counterattack.
And that's exactly what they're trying to go for right now. Gonna be a little bit safe, so I think this is a bit of a hard reset. They're waiting for the full roster to respawn, and now that they've come back, they're trying to duke it out in the center of the map once more, but Resonance just taking out all three all at once. They kind of felt like dominoes. First it was Aaron, then it became Drunken, then it became Vex. Now that they're back, they have to play defense once more. But that's what I'm talking about. If you're playing this reactive game, you're playing defense all the time, you're not going to have enough time to do damage to your opponent's base. And that's kind of what we're seeing right here. Vex now trying to apply that extra bit of pressure, and they're able to do so. They've eliminated all members of Resonance, and now it's down to 6%, 4%. The countdown timer goes in as well. If Resonance doesn't do something big here, it's going to be game over as Aaron just launches his super right into the base. Kind of like a, three-pointer, synced in the shot. He gets it, he scores. Kobe, rest in peace. But yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah, it's really hard, and as you highlighted, just the tempo, right? If you're not offensive, you don't get into position fast enough, then that's it. But big thing there is the lineups were very similar, and the big thing was the players that were playing B, right? Vex and Raz, and it really was up to them to eliminate or at least take out one of the opposing members on the enemy team, because then that opens up the avenue attack, whether it's to go to the left side or to the right side. But a lot of them were just trying to more or less focus more on doing damage to the safe instead of trying to take out the opponent when they're the only one, not the only ones, but it's their priority as B to take out as the sharpshooter to drop their enemy, right? Because they do so much damage with those snipes. And the minute they take their eye off the ball, that just opens up the counterattack angle, and that's exactly what you saw just now happen in that last game.
Exactly. But right now, that was Heist. Now it's going to be Brawl Ball over on Triple Dribble. And if it's anything like we saw earlier on against Force and NGSP, it's a lot of obstacles. They played Barley. They played... Man, I don't know how it's going to work out. The Carl strategy of spinning in could be very effective, but At the same time we saw Sprout from NGSP, the wall defense, it worked out a little bit, but towards the end, not so great. I don't know what Resonance or Grasma are gonna do here. I think I saw in the chat someone said something like, "Oh, I play Mortis in Brawl Ball." I think that might have been a bit of a joke, but at the same time, actually, Mortis could do well because of the way he dashes in. But triple dribble, that's a tough one. That is a tough one because of all the obstacles.
Indeed. So Brawl Ball coming out pretty soon. We're just waiting for the players to ready up, and we'll get in very, very shortly about that. Very, very shortly, as both you and I are also like the players. Our heads are starting to warm up to the day. It is still early times for us gamers, of course. I don't think anyone, and it's the weekend as well, so I don't think anyone's fully warmed up just yet. We'll hit that at about 12 o'clock, I think. That's when everyone's going to get a bit more comfortable and a bit more active.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, definitely.
In the meantime, let's grab our beverages, Brawl Stars cups. You got Shelly right here. Really
I've gone full Singaporean, sorry. So I have my
dude,
tea in the takeaway bag.
Your kopi and everything. Dude, that's awesome, actually.
It is the Singapore community final, right? It's the Singapore Rumble community Rumble, so you gotta represent.
That's what I'm talking about. You get the plastic bag, some ice cubes in there. But enough about that. The game has started. We're gonna go right into it. Gene, Surge, and B. But Vex opted for Max, so that's a little bit of speed boost that we were looking for a little bit earlier.
Jay is just going for the tank. He's just gonna walk into the goal.
Dude. That's how confident he is, right?
Man, he is. He just needs to level up. That's what he was trying to. But okay, there we go. Super is up. He levels up. So he's at level 2 now, and now he can be a bit more aggressive. But already we do have Grasma. So I was corrected once again. We keep getting this right and wrong. So apparently in chat, the right way to pronounce it is the way you're saying, which is Dophen. But then, during another time, they told us to say Dophen, like Dolphin. So I don't know what's going on. But GMD, as I'm going to refer to them to stay safe, have just basically been decimated at the moment. So Resonance coming through, and RSN doing their bestest. Already up to level 4 is Jay. So all of his shots are going to hurt massively. And now just needs to find a way. Oh my god. He is now maxed out. Has that lightsaber. Is that a Gundam skin? He comes through and he's just gonna walk it in. And oh my god. Does so much damage onto Drunken Aaron, but isn't able to finish him off. And now here comes the quick counterattack. Speed boost comes through. And a bit of cloak and dagger from them. Just staying within the shadows. And now they'll just wipe the whole enemy team. My goodness gracious. Grasma, Dophen, slapped Resonance. All of them go down. And now it scores 1-0 Quack. What can Resonance do to get back into this game?
That's, they need to get back into this game. They need to get those eliminations on the board, gain control over the map, gain control over the ball, get possession of it, and don't give it up. But that little Gene force back, it's not going to be enough. Jay's the last one alive now. Regain comes back, but 5 seconds left on the clock. It's all about just parking the bus. GMD, they've got this in the bag. And that's going to be round 1. Like we said, right? Fairly equal in terms of skill. At the start, Resonance they seemed to have the momentum. They pushed all the way in. But somehow, towards the end, they, I think, overextended by a bit. They got a little bit careless. They got killed. And then GMD, with the speed boost, just pushed all the way in.
Pretty much. And they're very close. Like, Jay was fully maxed out as well. So he didn't actually have to take the ball and just lead straight in, right? He could have let his opponent, let his teammate just hold on to that ball, and then him duke out the damage. But he decided to just kamikaze straight through and try and force his way brute force to the goal. Didn't work out. Almost killed 2 of them. Almost made their way, and it almost paid off. But always good to be a bit more careful when you're in these situations. Remember, because although it's not single elimination, you don't want to drop down to the lower bracket, because you do have to play more games, and then it's a razor thin chance. Every game that you play is super important, because you can't afford to drop a game. If not, you're out of it, right? So
exactly.
You got to be careful, got to be strategic, and you really have to think out your strategies before coming on to the playing field. But we'll see how it turns out in round 2 on Brawl Ball. Remember, like you said, it is still anyone's game. It is very close at the moment, and it's just about fine-tuning and kind of getting on the frequency with your teammates to see what they can, what you should employ. And I think right now it's fairly straightforward. Like, the strategy was pretty good with Jay. Just needed to allow him to do a bit more damage before they went in, or either that or follow up on the damage if they're going to use him as kind of like use them as a meat shield as they push the goal, right?
Possibly, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Now, Drunken seems to be opting to go for the new brawler, which is Lou. Yeah, he's just going to lob the triple burst ice cream scoops at him,
Mortis.
But it's not enough. The Mortis is too strong, too fast, too suave. I mean, look at the hair, the comb. He's just going right in there. I mean, what more is there to talk about, Phil?
Nothing much, because he will just decimate any team. I will take a good Mortis player over anything, any time of the day. It is hard, people do give Mortis plays a bit of a smack for it, but I mean, with the regeneration properties from getting the kill and the massive amount of damage you can actually put down, it is undeniable.
It definitely is. But, at the same time, Drunken is it's very interesting that he picked out Lou, because the way his super works, it's kind of like this black hole, this suction that kind of, if you walk into it, you're kind of just forced to be stuck within that black hole. If Jay actually dashes into that, I don't know if he's going to be able to dash right out. But he's just going to dance around back and forth here, juking and getting one frag out of that. But it's going to be a trade as Raz comes back in. Right now, they've parked the bus kind of in that right corner. Vex is going to regain control over it, pass over onto Jay to force him to hold on to that while they get their shots in. So if they are able to get some eliminations in here, that could be good. But instead, it seems like the kills will actually go over onto the side of FS, INT Resonance instead. So 2 goals back to back. That was pretty quick. Mortis is a very strong pick.
It is a very strong pick if you know how to get away with it, right? And it does a lot of damage. If you're a really good player, you don't need you're gonna do massive amounts of damage. But even if you're not a good player, as long as you can get that damage down and you have a teammate that can follow up on that, then it works out magically. And that's what we saw just now as well. Maybe he wasn't able to get all the kills straight up, and because of that wasn't able to regen and went down, but he always had someone to follow up from either the left angle or the right angle, and that ultimately helped the team out at the end of the day. So once again, that is done and dusted, and I think we forced to a round 3.
Yeah, maybe? I think our predictions are right, Phil. GMD took Heist, and then INT Resonance, they took Brawl Ball. So we were right. It's going to force us into a third map. Well, actually, no. It is 1-1 on Brawl Ball.
It's 1-1. So it's going to force us into a round 3 on Brawl Ball. And this is where it gets exciting, because we can go to overtime. That is a possibility.
Very, very possible right now. I mean, just look at this. He's going to try to... Oh,
man.
It's always these
damage.
quarter
Just
shots.
Way too much damage. Way too much damage. And that's something that they have to be very careful about. But here we go. Once again, both supers pop, and they're all hidden at the moment.
That's just the power of Sandy, right? The cloak and dagger, hiding into that. I mean, conversely, if you're holding onto the ball in the middle, I think people can see you. But the best thing is if your teammates are able to make use of that cloak as well. So you can see that Grasma this time, they're able to seize up so much space. The ball back over in Resonance possession right now. They're trying to push it back, but Drunken with the pull is going to be able to take Regained out. Vex needs to play defense here as Raz just pushes in. Now he's the last one alive, and Jay.
Oh man,
That
I
would
thought he would have gotten away with
quick.
it, but just way too much of a heartbreak right there. He has to feel so bad because he almost got away with the kill and was able to be the savior of his team, but unable to do so. So I think, was it Resonance? Resonance takes that, right?
Yeah,
If
Resonance
the
took that.
HUD was correct. Yeah, and
2-1.
2-1.
We're gonna go into bounty.
We're gonna go into bounty, indeed. We're gonna go to bounty on Shooting Star, and it's a shooting gallery indeed. Not much to separate the two teams on that map, and it's really gonna be down to pure skill. Remember, bounty is all about, it's kind of like TDM. If you just joined us, it is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble, and how this works is it is a best of 3. Last mode is gonna be bounty right now in this round of 8, and it's basically TDM. Just don't die is the name of the game. Just don't die.
That's right.
The more people you kill, the higher your star rating goes up, and then if you die, you lose that amount of stars to whoever killed you. So the key is get a kill and don't die. You just don't die. I can't stop repeating it. Just don't die. But
Play
how
safe.
it starts off at the
Don't die.
Yeah, how it starts off at the beginning is there is a star that spawns, I think. So that will be the kind of the initiator. So if you can, one strategy is also you can pick up that star and then just like be super defensive until the timer runs out. So both possibilities. We're getting ready for the teams. They're just jumping into the lobby once again because we're switching the game modes. But I mean, what are your thoughts like on Shooting Star, because it's such an open map, isn't it?
Fairly open, but that's what it is. I mean, right? Shooting gallery. So I think sharpshooters might have a fun time here. If you're very accurate, if you're able to connect your shots, you would be able to dish out a lot of damage, right? Piper the sniper. But I think brawlers like Brock would have an even better time because of the rockets. You're able to take out obstacles. That could open up a lot of sight lines for you and your team, and that's what these teams are doing right here. Drunken, and I think that is Jay, who are on Brock as well. So
that is an
how the
awesome
played out.
That snake skin. How it turns the rocket into a snake, to a shark. Sorry, not a snake.
Yeah, I think it's the water, the summer skin.
How badass is that? Oh,
like a water gun, right?
through. That goes down. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Except that it shoots water sharks.
Very cute, but that's the kind of strategy the residents have going on right now. We have regained over on Bo. So he has that totem pole up that allows his Nani player to build up the super.
Oh,
and that's the eye that we're seeing right here. It's seeking. They're kind of going at it. It is a nice trade. They just. I think Aaron wanted to teleport into Resonance's base while Resonance tried to take out Aaron. It didn't work out.
Yeah, so Raz tried to. He did, yeah. Raz tried to sneak in and use that ticking time bomb. But right as he did it, Aaron had his going as well, and then he went to teleport and got the backstab. But he went down, so he did get a kill, went down, and now they're low on stars because they've all been wiped. Jay goes down as well, so the trades are coming all over the place. Drunken onto Raz, so the MVP is taken out. Drunken has to be careful. He's gonna get hit by an arrow. No, able to just narrowly juke away, but Aaron once again gets hit by that tracking, and that's gonna bring it to 17-15 right now. Resonance on the lead back. Huge rocket to the face. But Aaron sneaking again. Man, he has these sneaky kills. We'll tie it at 17-17.
17-17. This secret missile is going to be the one to decide it. It gets Jay, and now they are up by 5 big stars, and that's going to seal them the win.
Oh, man.
GMD
Amazing.
takes round 1.
So good from both of them. And just at the end, if you saw, just to get rid of it, went for the umbrella jump to make sure that he wouldn't get taken out. So very, very cheeky move there, but they will take that first round. We'll go into round 2 of this tie break between Dophen. I think it's Grasma Dophen versus Resonance. So both teams very, very close on the skill level. As you can see, like we said, it was going to be a very even game. We said it was going to go to the third game mode as well. And that's exactly what's happening. So in your opinion, like in particular, what do you think either team needs to do to get back into this game? To either seal it off or basically for Resonance to come back?
Oh yeah, and this is why we're here, right? Let's get to the theory crafting. They're playing the same brawler composition, but I think what it's all about, what it all comes down to is how tactical you can be, how safe you are. If you're just forcing fights out in the open, you might, overextend a bit, overexpose yourself, and this is where you take damage, you get shot, and you might lose a couple of stars here and there. And that's what Resonance are doing, they're trying to go for these ballsy plays, right? Raz going in for the teleport, misses his shots, and then GMD comes in with the elimination. So now they're up by 5 stars. Resonance needs to play a little bit more safe. Jay is going to be able to take 1 down, though, so that's 3 stars back in their pockets, but that's still a 2-star gap. Still early days, but we're going to have to see how the rest of this plays out, Phil.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be a lot more confident, though, our Grasma Dophen. But with that, they need to make sure that they don't fool themselves because it is very crazy. But Vex with the long-range snipe, with that crazy long-range snipe, will pick up a kill. Jay also onto Aaron. Here comes the ticking time bomb. Vex has to be careful. The track. Oh! He gets up in the air, and luckily for him, he doesn't go down, so they don't give too many stars away. Drunken goes down, and he only gives 2 away instead of 5. So they'll pick up another kill, those Drunken, but he'll go down, so that brings it to 16-14 because Jay is able to get the snipe on. He picks up 2. That's a brace, and he'll go for a hat trick now. Let's see if he can get a triple. And he is getting those hits on together with his team. Another again, Vax gonna get taken out by Raz. So Raz with the tracing, with the tracking missile, will drop him. Jay will pick up 1 as well. Regain taking out Drunken as they try to go for the chase now. And they really need to take out Regain, either Regained or Raz, to get back into this game. Actually, they need to take out like 2 or all 3 of them. And so it's gonna be, it's always just gonna be an uphill battle. And just like that, game's over. So
it's 1-1.
Tough. It is tough.
Very tough.
So once again, going down to the wire, they have to be careful. The tracking, right? It's if you don't keep an eye on it, then you can't run away, right? And you're so focused on trying to get, and they're all ranged heroes, right? Or ranged brawlers, sorry. And they're all trying to concentrate on tracking their targets and stuff. And that thing, it just travels ever so slow. It's very apparent, right? Let's get this straight. It's very apparent. But it travels so slowly that you think it's not gonna reach, but by the time you realize that, it's like, oh no, I need to juke it. That's it. It explodes and you're dead. So I think that's one of the key things they need to work on is to make sure that the minute they see that coming towards them, they gotta prioritize,
It's kind of like that calm in the storm, the slithering snake in the tall grass that you can kind of see coming at you, but you're not sure if it's going to jump at you or not. But then it does. And this is where INT Resonance, they're able to gain that little foothold back up against GMD. So once more, this is what I'm talking about. GMD, they're good with their mechanical skill. They're able to nail their shots. We saw Vex taking a couple of snipes onto INT Resonance back there. But INT Resonance, they've got a strategy of their own. They're waiting for that eye to be ready, right? They've got that totem pull up. He's just waiting for it. And here it comes. It's the shot.
So
Drunken knows this, so he's going to try to take it out. And it might be low, but it's not enough yet. It's still very early. You just gotta stay alive. Drunken almost gets hit, and Vex just suppressive fire forces them back. Here comes the eye, though. Does he know where Drunken is?
He doesn't know because they're all in the grass. They're all in the grass, so he can't find them. Oh no, but they finally does find them. So, oh man, but a bit of a downer right there. We'll be able to pick up 1, but luckily it's not early. Whoa, again. Because he got that kill, so he gets another one up, but unable to hit Aaron. Aaron's able to duke that. But early days now, no one's going down, so it's still 2-1. But again, Raz is going to get another tracking up. And he's going to go for Drunken, and that's probably going to be an easy 2 stars out of it. Yep, they're up to 6-1 at the moment with no pressure on them at all. And because Raz is getting all those kills and hitting all his shots, he's just getting free kills because those tracking. Again, look, Packing's up again. 8-3.
It's all about that totem pole. If they don't
Yeah,
take
it's
it
about
out,
that
he's
totem,
going
innit?
to be able to passively build up his supercharge time and time after again. That's how he gets his eye up every single time. He's going to get another one, and it's seeking out one member from GMD again. Now Aaron is going to be the one getting taken out. But Vex sniping back right at RNT Resonance. It's just going to be a little bit. If they're able to take Raz out right here, right now, this could be the difference. But 2 stars is all they need. They're trying to take one out. Jay will be the one to fall. Now Brigade falls.
Oh! What the heck? What?
Did I blink? It was a trade. Someone else fell, and it became 13 and 14.
It was a double trade. That's what happened. They got the lead, and like 1 second left on the clock at the buzzer, able to make that second trade on that kill. And then it was just enough. They lost 2 stars, and then they gained 2 stars. I don't know, man. You know, this tournament, it's never a dull moment in this tournament. You never know how it's gonna swing, right? Apart from maybe the Team Force games, that's more of trying to figure out by what margin they're gonna win.
Well,
but every other game is like, it has the potential to just surprise us, and stuff like that happens on the regular. So remember, guys, share the stream. Yeah, share the stream. Get your friends involved. I know I got a couple of my friends hooked on Brawl Stars as well. It's kind of our game of choice when we're on the train or the bus or whatever. But yeah, share the stream out. The more people we get on the stream, the more support we can show that Supercell, that, you know, people are watching and taking part in the tournament, and the more opportunities for ESL Asia and Supercell to say, okay, cool, we're gonna run more tournaments and you know, get more prizes and have more community support. So we'll go to a short break. I'm gonna get a refill of water to balance out this tea. Quack's probably gonna get some food to feed his ducks in the background before they get a bit angsty before lunch. It is almost lunchtime, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
What's up, everyone? We are back once again. November finals of the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. This is day one. We just saw INT Resonance face up against Grasma Dophen. And INT Resonance, they managed to clutch it out at the very last second, Phil. What a game.
Yeah.
But now it's going to be the next one. We're going to take a look at the brackets right here. So I don't know, Phil. What are your thoughts? Who's going to be our protagonist, the hero that goes up against Force, the raid boss?
I don't know. We have never seen Subtilizers play, and we've never seen Umbrella play as well. Unless they played last month, where I wasn't around and you were casting with Gamernism. But
No, they were new.
no, yeah. So the thing is, we haven't seen them play. We also haven't. Because of that, we haven't seen what their lineup is. So there could be old players who are taking part in those teams just for like renamed teams, or maybe they found new friends and they formed a new team. But yeah, can't say. I think that's going to be an interesting one to see what happens between Umbrella and Subtilizers, and then depending on whether regardless of whether they win or lose, it'll be interesting to see how they turn out in the lower bracket and the upper bracket as well, because then that will give us a bit of an indicator what their skill level is, right? We're not gonna so clearly be able to see it based off this game because we've never seen them play before, right?
That's right. You have a very good point there. But at the same time, we haven't seen them play. They could be this new upstarter that just comes up and steamrolls everyone. We're gonna go around the game right now, right here. I think Ken might actually be a player who used to play for a Resonance, but right now having a little bit of a tough time. Subtilizer's just gaining so much control over mid. The healing modulator has gone down as well, so that's gonna give them a little bit of a forward operating base to work off of. Folded is just going to deal so much damage. Dead Prime doing his best to play defense, but it's just not quite enough, not yet at least. LMAO dishing out his hearts, doing a lot of damage, and it just relegates Umbrella all the way back towards their spawn field.
Yeah, they're slowly starting to make their way up through, and they need to keep that modulator alive, that healing box. And Dead Prime is trying to do his best to do that, but Ken now going on the aggressive, trying to be the aggressor and take out Spade and chase him up, but unable to do so. So he'll go down, and that's going to be to their detriment, because that's going to bring it to 100 to 70% left on Umbrella's safe, and now they are forced even more back past that halfway line compared to where they were earlier. So the question is now, how are they going to make their way back up? Now they need to re-heal, and two of those members will go down. So LMAO will get dropped now. He's going to try and get his modulator up, his Dead Prime. If he can get a healing box up down here, right at the river, they're going to be able to put a massive amount of pressure. But right as he does that, Old Spade would be able to drop one of his own. So now Dead Prime, his heal box is gone. Golden Spade goes down. So now they're not going to be able to put up another one. And this might be the time. This might be the moment for them to push all the way in and try and chip away at that save.
That just might be what they need. The box is up. Ken goes in with the spin. Spins right through, but LMAO takes him out at the end. And this is just going to ignite a little bit of a fire underneath the Subtilizers. But they're just going in for it, man. They don't even care. It's all about the base race here. Now he comes in, LMAO with the dash. It does just enough to bring them over the edge. Now they're dealing a lot more damage. Umbrella back on the defense game. It's not going to be enough. And Subtilizers, they take away round one.
They do pretty comfortably, and they were able to strategize quite well. So let's see how it turns out. They were a bit, they were getting pushed back, and they responded well though with towards the end of the round. So conversely, coming into the second round, I think actually it's still pretty even, safe days, and it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt to that. It all seems to kind of center around who could put that modulator down quicker and keep it up. And again, I guess that comes down to map control.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. It's all about the map control, getting the modulator up and running, and also just allowing your teammates to heal up. Because once you have that going on, you're able to sustain yourself for that fight just a little bit more. And we can see that's what's happening right here. Ken heals himself up. He pushes up a little bit even further, gets more eliminations in the bag, and that's how they are able to deal that 20% of damage to the Subtilizer's base. Not sure if it's going to be enough, though, as they still are fighting for that mid control, but yep, it's going to be enough because Igneous is going to fall, and 50% now is the health bar for Subtilizer safe.
They are on an absolute rampage right now at the moment, and they're looking very comfortable. Ken with the super able to do a huge snipe on the safe, and that's going to be it. They're going to take it pretty easily, so that brings it to 1-1. Right?
1-1.
So
easy fight.
It's
just turns things around.
Pretty close, and I think it's an indicator that this is it's going to be a very interesting couple of rounds to come. But then again, tie break. We'll see who takes this mode, and then we're going to Brawl Ball, and then Brawl Ball is going to be interesting because it's a completely different game mode to any other of the objective style games, right? Which are more of a more kill/TDM stylish kind of game modes. So we'll see how it turns out in this third round. Will Umbrella walk away as the victors and with a bit of a confidence boost heading into Brawl Ball, or are we going to see Subtilizers come through once again?
It's just going to be all-out aggression right here in the middle of the map. Igneous duking it out against Ken. They eat a couple of shots, but Ken is the one who falls in the end. Depressed Alti doing his best to kind of force Spades all the way back. But I don't know. They both have their modulators up and running, but it's in a backwards position, right? So it's just they're trying to gain mid-control right now. But Subtilizers, they're doing a little bit better of a job because they're able to push up front. They're able to do so much damage. Dead Prime is the last one alive here, and he's just going to fight trying to stay alive. He takes LMAO out, but Folded Spade, he's the bastion for his team. He stays alive just enough to let Igneous and LMAO come back. And that's what LMAO does best. It's all about the spins. It's all about dashing across the river. They force their way in. And that's when Umbrella, they're folding it up. They're falling back. It's not going to be enough. 90% to 100% now. If Umbrella are able to take the Subtilizers down, this is what they need. Depressed Alti, he's just walking in with a super now. Might be able to do enough to force it back, but still fairly even at the, I would say. Very hard to tell what's going to happen. Oh, and that is the super from Depressed Alti. That's doing so much damage. Down to 50% now. And Subtilizers, they need to force their way back. It's not going to be enough, though. They're very aggressive, pushing up front, not even using cover. And that's going to be, at the cost of Folded Spade, who falls. Igneous, last one alive. LMAO comes back. Folded Spade back now as well. But how are they going to defend? Even if they do defend, how do they do enough damage back to Umbrella? And it's just going to be all-out pressure from the Umbrella team. And at the end of it, Subtilizers are going to fall. So, I think that's Umbrella taken away. Heist. Now it's on to Triple Dribble. I don't know how Brawl Ball is going to play out, Phil.
Yeah, it's like we said, it's one of those different game modes, and we'll have to see how it turns out. But Brawl Ball, if they are really good at Brawl Ball, I think that's a huge indicator that they're going to be able to put up a bit of a challenge for Team Force. because that seems to be the weakness. That seems to be like it's like a giveaway for Team Fortress whenever anyone plays them on Brawl Ball, right? Like that's their most confident game mode, and like if you walk into a best of 5 or even a best of 3 for that matter, and you know you're off the like top of your head, you're gonna win one of the game modes just like that, then it makes it so much easier for you, like mentally, like the pressure is not that high. And then conversely on your opponent, they're like, oh no, we're probably gonna lose Brawl Ball, so we need to win this first game mode. So it's a huge asset. So if they can actually, if they're really skilled at Brawl Ball, either of these teams, then that's going to be interesting to see how that helps them as they progress to the further stages of the tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be all about the Brawl Ball. We're going to have to see how they play it out. I mean, like you said, it's not so much about the eliminations, right? It's the objective of pushing the ball into the goal. Again, very hard to say how this one plays out. If we're just looking at how these teams, how they played earlier on, right? Sunlighters against Umbrella, it's a lot of just aggressive, all-out damage, trying to shoot at each other, build your super up, get it deployed, and still just fighting back and forth. But the way they're fighting, it's not very safe. You know, they're not hiding back, they're just taking shots at each other up front. Over in Brawl Ball, might be a little bit different, considering how Triple Dribble has a lot of obstacles, but at the same time, if you're able to take those obstacles out, then you get your way.
Indeed. So that's what they have to be. Yeah, that's one factor. It's definitely the obstacles, how they deal with the obstacles. Second factor is going to be how they execute the shots, the accuracy of shots, right? Like we've seen in past tournaments, being able to pull off those corner shots, being able to pull off those shots where you bounce it off the wall into the goal, or you bounce it off the obstacles into the goal. That's really, really huge as well. But I think the big thing is knowing when to go on to the attack and knowing when to fall back and be a bit more passive, and having the knowledge and the wisdom to discern when to flip that switch is so important on Brawl Ball.
That's a very good point. It's all about that switch. If you know, okay, at this point in time, this is when I need to switch it up, this is when I need to go in fast and hard, then you kind of get that momentum going on. At the same time, if you start to realize, oh wait, this is the time when I need to fall back, I need to play defensive, I need to maintain possession over the ball and not let the opposing team get an edge over me, that's kind of where you have control. Once you have that control, you are dictating the flow of the game, and that's what these teams need to do to gain that edge over their opposing team. So we're going to jump right in right now. We have Carls, we have Brocks, and we have B. But on the other side, Sandy and Barley, that's very interesting to me. I don't know how Barley works out in in tandem with a brawler like Sandy. Cloak and Dagger, Barley hiding inside, lobbing Molotovs all over the place. That could be fun. But at the same time, Sunlighters right now, they're just playing a good game of defense. And Umbrella, they're trying their darndest to get that ball in, but it's not happening just yet. But as I say that, all 3 eliminations are gone, and Dead Prime just shoots it in. It's an easy first goal for Umbrella right here.
Didn't seem to have any issues at all, and like you said, that combo is a bit unorthodox, but it's working out for them. And if it ain't broken, don't fix it, right? Full of speed though, we'll get that early kill on Future Crest. So slowly but surely making their way through. That super is pop, so a bit of hiding ability going on for Umbrella. So they're trying to maneuver their way into position. Full of Spade once again takes out the press ulti, and Dead Prime just trying to stay away in that grass patch, right? Just trying to sneak through. And I think if he can get a side snipe, that's going to open up the shot angle for them. But already LMAO down through with that ult will drop the press ulti, and Dead Prime going to get taken out by Full of Spade as well. So it's 3v1 situation now. As they get to the goal, they're just going to walk it in. And LMAO is going to be LMAOing everywhere as he scores that goal.
Oh yeah, LMAO, ROFL all over the place. They are laughing, but who gets a laugh, last laugh at the end of the day, huh? Umbrella right now, they're losing one member. Folded Space still trying to snipe away, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough. I think the players to watch here, they're gonna be Ken and LMAO. Whoever spins it in, spin through your opponents. That little speed boost just allows you to gather up so much space. At the same time, Dead Prime with his super, it just establishes enough of a menacing presence that Subtilizers, they're afraid to even be anywhere near that cloak, right? So Dead Prime, they have all that space right here, right now. They're just maintaining control over the ball. Once those obstacles are gone, as we go into overtime, they sneak it into the corner, and that's gonna be game. Umbrella, they take round 1.
They do take round 1, and very interesting plays right there. Again, no huge aggressive kind of really super confident play from either team, right? Both very, very cautious, very, very safe in how they were conducting it. So let's see how round 2 goes out, whether they stick to the same strategy or whether they get a bit more aggressive and a bit more confident in what they want to do. Let's check chat for who's tuned in. So we've got
some of the players are in there.
Yeah, some of the players are in there. Jenkai's in there, Raz as well. JT, Vex is there as well after his game. Revillo is he's there also.
Oliver. Always nice to see.
Drunken Man, yeah, Oliver. Drunken Man GT and Repeat is in there as well. So big shout out to all you guys for joining in and of course taking part in the competition itself.
Yeah, very lovely to see all of them here. You know, they're always here supporting the Brawl Stars community, especially for Singapore. So, you know, they're very smart, and I mean, they're players themselves as well. So I'm actually curious to see, who are we rooting for here? I mean, we've looked at INT Resonance, we've looked at Grasma, and of course Grasma, they always kind of play second or third. Right now, Subtilizers and Umbrella, who are we rooting for? Who is the better team? Because as far as I can tell, they're fairly even in terms of strategy. Not much of a difference, right? It's all about who gets the eliminations, who gets possession, who gets that momentum going. It's
rough at the moment because it doesn't seem like either of them have a very clear strategy, or either of them really is very confident. But we see Thanius has a golden barley skin, so maybe that's gonna give him some extra confidence, extra bling, will give him some extra powers. But already taking down some of the boxes in the middle, so that's gonna give him a bit more maneuverability at the moment. Umbrella have good positioning, will be able to drop more boxes as well, and so that's going to open more avenues for them. But that they have to be careful about that, because conversely, if they do get taken out, it's going to open up the counterattacks. So Folded Spade trying to come through, but Dead Prime will finish him off. And here comes the boost. Ken going for the speed boost, takes the shot, but Thanius, luckily for his team, is able to clear it, and now they will be able to mount a counterattack, but two of them get taken out already. So Ken with the sad emoji almost gets that shot off, and now they're gonna have to rebuild all over again as that ball gets cleared by Subtilizer.
Yeah, you need to build those building blocks back up before you knock them right down. And this is what Depressed Alti is good at, knocking those blocks down. If he's able to take those barrels out, that opens up so much. Ken can just speed boost right in, maybe even sneak a corner shot. And that's what they want to do. Dead Prime goes in really fast, really hard, and he sneaks it in. He does get it. And they take out those, they take out Folded Spade as well. So that's Umbrella looking at the first goal right here. We'll see if Subtilizers can mount a comeback right in this second half of the game. And once more, it's all about that cloak. It makes such a big difference. It consumes so much space, but oh, as I say that, they lost two members. Folded Spade, so much space, he's just gonna walk it right in now. Eliminations, a lot of, yeah.
Yeah, so that's pivotal right now at the moment, right? To make sure that that they can keep that going. And now Umbrella, after a very comfortable start and after a very confident lead, right? And it was working out really well for them, but then slowly started to kind of wane in. Subtilizers waking up a bit now and pulling up their socks. So we're going to go into overtime. in 5 seconds, and that's gonna open up the playing field because all the obstacles are just gonna go. And here we go. Here comes the super speed boost from Ken, able to drop Folded Spade. Dead Prime now has that corner shot available. Athenius with the big ult, and he's gonna be able to clear that whole area. So Depressed ulti is gonna be forced back now, as he cannot afford to take any of that DOT from Thanius's ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at how this is getting played out right now, it's all about zoning. And this is where Ken shines. Because of his speed boost, he's able to take up so much space, and they take all those kills, and they take the final goal away. So that's going to be Umbrella seizing Brawl Ball over the Subtilizers.
Yeah, it seemed like it might slip out of their grasp at that last moment, right? They were so confident, they were getting the kills with that first goal, were very, they were cruising really well. And then towards the end, they started to get pushed back, they started to get sniped, they started to drop. And for a second there, I think they were worried, especially right before that goal was scored when the Barley ult came out from Thanius and he was able to stop them at mid. In overtime, they were like, oh, is the counterattack gonna come in? But Thanius decided to wait for the rest of his teammates, and that allowed for them to get their teammates up as well, and ultimately allowed them to make that final push.
Yeah, and that's the name of the game, you get your respawns in, you get your eliminations in, and then you are able to walk right into base. So that is the Umbrella team taking the game over the Subtilizers. It's not over yet, of course. We have, the remaining game for the round of 8 before we move over into our upper brackets and lower brackets. So we're going to go for a short break, guys. Don't go away. Grab a snack, grab a drink. It's, it's 12 p.m., so stick around, guys. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Welcome back. It is day one of the November finals of the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. Once again, we are your casters. I have with me Death Adder up there, Phil, and of course, I'm Quack, right, with the ducks all over the place. What's up, Phil? what's
Nothing much.
Oh,
It
God.
is literally, yeah. Hey, Quack, how you doing, man? Actually, that's actually pretty cool. It does look like you're actually below.
Yeah,
but,
virtual studio, man.
yeah, virtual studio. But there we go. Here comes the brackets from production. Let's see. Umbrella taking out Subtilizers 2-0 early on. Resonance dropping Grasma Dophen to the lower bracket, and Force also dropping NGSP to the lower bracket. So we're gonna have Cloud Gaming against IC Dophen, and let's see how that turns out. That's gonna be actually pretty interesting because we both know that these two teams are very competitive, very highly skilled, and it's gonna be one heck of a close match, I think. So
Very similar.
they may
to
be
what we
one
saw.
of our they might be one of those teams. I think very likely are going to be in our semifinals at least.
You are 100% correct. If anyone is going to contend for that second or third place spot, it's going to be either IC, Grasma, or Cloud Gaming, maybe even INT Resonance, as they have taken up those spots before. But right now, it's Kaboom Canyon. We're seeing Dot Squid getting taken out. It's a bit of a trade. In terms of composition, they're fairly similar, right? The only difference being Colette and B, but B is the one to watch out for, because if Dot Squid is able to land his shots, he's going to be the tank killer. He's going to be able to take out Trash there. Right here, right now, it's all about the forward operating business. We've talked about this many times before, but we can see Cloud Gaming, they have that momentum coming in. Cryptic with the dashes, doing so much damage, down to 56% now. And I see they need to come back into this. They need to regain their foothold. They need to establish their presence and get that mid control once more. Right now, Cloud Gaming are the one with the mid control, and dash that healing modulator again. I see they're playing defense right now, Phil.
They are playing defense, but it's just a question of how long they have to do it. The longer that they have to defend, it's going to get a lot more tiring for them. They're going to start to get fatigued, but they also have to keep themselves mentally alert, because once they are able to get a pick, at least take out one member of the opposite team, that's the signal for them to start to push up. And there we go. We see that early initial kill, and now they'll start to make their way up to the middle. Miracle, though, needs to get his super up so he can pop down the modulator on that middle river point. And now they're stacking all the damage already, 56% to 67. Cloud Gaming have survived right there. Miracle needs to hit a couple more shots, and then we'll be able to pop down that super. But still, there we go. Okay, now it's up. Gonna pop it down right behind the obstacle as well, so it's hidden slightly, and they're not gonna be able to take it out that easily. It's in the grass as well, so they kind of don't know where it is. They have hit it now though, but I think it's a bit too late because the damage is starting to pile on that save. 14 to go.
Oh my God,
and now
Miracle.
Here comes the dodge in. Miracle just straight into the save. No fear at all, and we'll seal off the first round on Heist.
No fear. I mean, he's just so confident, not scared. Nothing phases the guy with a health pool of, I think that was 6,000 points of health over on Pam. Yeah, Pam. He just has that
6,000.
much health. He just walks right in, do the final little finishing touches to seal the deal. They get the kill, and that's going to be that for round one. Round two, I don't know. I mean, right here, they have a similar brawler composition, right? At the start as well, it looked like Cloud Gaming actually had the advantage, but then somehow things got turned around. What happened, Phil?
I think it was really about patience, right? They waited. They were on the defense. They made sure that they didn't fall back too much and didn't open up any line of sight for IC to kind of shoot through, I think it was. And at the end of the day, once they were able to pick up that first initial pick off after being on the defense for so long, then started to make their way up to get a bit of map positioning. And once they were there, they didn't overextend and they didn't try to assault on the safe straight away. They really got into a really safe concrete position, got the modulator down behind the obstacle, and then were able to start to work onto that save.
You are absolutely right. Patience is the name of the game, and we can see that's kind of the strategy that IC are deploying into this right here. Wiggly's Poo, he's so far back. He's doing a good job of sharpshooting and landing those rockets. The incendiary damage is just leaving enough of a flame on the ground to kind of control space a little bit, force them in between those spots, and that's where they're able to get a foot up over Cloud Gaming. But Cryptic with a dash, it's so deadly, so much damage, forces IC back just by a bit. So right now, both teams still going at it against each other, trying to get mid control. Modulator up over on Cloud Gaming's side. It's going to get taken out though by Wiggly, and that's the thing that I'm looking for. Once he gets his super up, he's going to go in for it. When he goes in for it, he might do enough damage to Cloud Gaming, but looking at the bear guy, he comes back at it as well. Wiggly's Poo gonna trade it off, and now they are looking at a sort of 1-1 score against Wiggly's Poo and the bear guy. But right now, it's still another duel. They're still going for map control. Miracle actually doing a very good job. He set up a base right by the side flank of Cloud Gaming. Now he's walking in once more with that health pool that I was talking about earlier on. They're doing so much damage. 50% left. Can Cloud Gaming get the defense up against IC Dophen right now? They're not doing a very good job of doing so. I mean, they're having a tough time just dealing with Miracle alone. And on the other side, Wiggly's Poo, Dot Squid, they're doing so much damage, down to 10%, 9% now. What can Cloud Gaming do? They're just not able to stay alive, and that's gonna be game over as Wiggly's Poo deals the final rocket. Kaboom.
Yeah, it's hard, right, for them, and they played it really well. Did I see Dophen on that particular game? Wiggly's Poo committing to the far left. We also had one on the way all the way to the far right, and down the middle. They played it almost perfectly because that middle player was just basically doing a lot of damage to anyone who was trying to damage, you know, whether it was trying to damage Wiggly's Poo on the left or whether it was trying to conversely damage the person that they had committed to the right side. And at the end of the day, they couldn't decide whether they wanted to commit everyone to one side and then clear it and then go to the other side, or to kind of like go for those 1v1 duels. And at the end of the day, just IC Dophen had managed to put on so much damage that Cloud couldn't come back at that point. Like they didn't have enough health on their safe to continue those duels.
That's right. It's that two-pronged attack that you're talking about. Far left, far right, and then, the question becomes, which one do we commit to? If we commit to one side, then we're leaving the other side open, and they're just kind of lost at the end. So that's Kabuki Canyon taking over onto IC Dophen's side. Right now, Brawl Ball. What do you think's going to happen here, Phil?
It's tough to say, right? But it seems like IC Dophen at the moment are a lot more confident from the way that they're playing, and Cloud are playing a lot more passive, and because of that, they're being a lot more reactive to the situation rather than trying to set the tempo. And I feel that IC Dophen, if they keep playing the way that they're playing, they should have the upper hand. I mean, forcing your opponent to play to your game plan, to your tempo, always is it's always a recipe for success for you, right? And a recipe for disaster for your opponent. But I might be proven wrong. Let's see how it goes. Take it away.
Yeah, I think, another interesting point. The thing that impresses me about IC Dophen is that they have this, we're talking about proactive and reactive strategies. IC are, they're kind of adaptive, right? Once they see that weak spot in your play, they're gonna exploit it. They figure out, okay, now that you're just kind of focusing on one side, this is when I'm gonna go into the two-pronged attack, and that's where they kind of shine. Right now, though, Brawl Ball, they're opening up those sight lines, breaking obstacles, opening the entire middle of the field right up for grabs, and this is where they're just kind of brawling against each other, trying to get those kills in, trying to take them down so that they can get control of the ball and then go in for the goal. But you can see that Trash, he's not going to give it to him. He's hiding right behind those barrels, right over by the right side of the map. And once more, it's still this sort of 3v3 individual gunfights all across the map. The ball is right over at the top left side, and Dot Squid is going to be the one to control it. Now he shoots it in, and Cryptic a little bit too late, not going to be able to defend it, and that's going to be Icy Dophen taking the first goal home.
They will take that first goal home, and now will start to make their way back through. They already have an easy shot down the middle, and that's going to be an easy game for them as they get that second goal. So already round one is gone. It's gone with the win, just like that. I see Dophen picking up the first round. We'll head into round two very shortly as they get back into the lobby. But Cloud Gaming, shock and awe. I think it really is shock and awe for them right now. They're still recovering from the first round loss. They're in the second round, and they basically didn't have a coherent start at all. IC didn't give them much time to react as well, and maybe it'll be different as we head into the second round. First round, good indicator for IC Dophen, so they're going to be very happy about that. But yeah, as we wait for the players, let's have a look at chat and see who is still there. Has anyone else joined?
I think we could see a couple of Wiggly fans, Regained fans. I think Oliver he's rooting for Grasma because of Aaron.
Azriel's joined in as well. Anto Ang from Indonesia. Big shout out to him. Thanks for joining us. And Fire Shred as well. Big shout out to you also. So we're going to start with round two on Brawl Ball. Let's see how this turns out.
Very interesting. I see Dophen. They're going for melee brawlers this time. Yeah, Cryptic on Spike as well. So that's going to be that little bit of explosive long-range damage. But the thing that's on my mind is Icy going for these heavyweight melee close-range brawlers. How are they going to seize up all that space? Miracle needs to get the speed boost ready for his team, and that's when Wiggly's Poo on Jack will be able to do so much damage. The fun thing about Jack, right, is that you can actually do damage behind walls. So
yeah, so that's exactly the strategy that they're gonna do, as you brought up, is they're just waiting for the speed boost. Wiggly's Poo will get his super up, and then they're just speed boost and super all the way to the goal. I think that's basically what they're trying to do, right? And then Dot Squid will come around the corner and help out with his support.
Still very it's a big contest over in the middle of the map right now. Cloud Gaming, they're playing those long-range brawlers, so it's all about closing in the distance. Wiggly's Poo goes in, takes the bear guy out, but Trash just trades it back up. And that's where Trash will shine. He is the tank killer. He will be the one to take Wiggly's Poo out if he connects his shots. Miracle now going back in, dodging back and forth, trying to build a super up, and they're just, once more gaining control over the map, gaining control over the ball. We can see that, wait, what? Dot Squid! He just shoots the bubble. I'm so, whoa.
I mean, he had the shield up, he had the extra health as well, and he was able to sustain the damage that he was taking from Cryptic with the spikes, right? So was able to get that pass in and take that shot, and he was in the perfect position to do it. But here, counterattack right after the start. Cryptic with so much damage from the spike. Here comes the ult from Wiggly's Poo. Does so much on to Cloud, so they're forced to scramble away. And now Cryptic, though, he might go for the cheeky play.
Plays, but that's not going to be enough because they're down by 1 goal.
Oh, they're so low.
The super shot goes in, yeah, but it's not enough. They miss it. BB received it, and once more, that's Icy Dophen taking it home. I lost my train of thought back there for a second. I was so impressed by Dot Squid. He had the shield up right at the top, and just suddenly shot the bubble from BB, and then manages to take the ball, walks it right in. The camera couldn't even keep up with that.
It was something interesting because I kind of didn't understand what he was trying to do in the first goal, like in the first round, because he just seemed to be roaming all over the place, trying to like figure out where he wanted to go. But as he played on more and more, it kind of reminded me of this position that that the Germans have in their football team, and it's the position that Thomas Müller plays. So essentially, it's a forward striker position, but you don't have a position at all. There's a German word for it, and essentially you give that guy the flexibility to go to wherever he wants, and he will end up in the position that's most advantageous at the right time. So
that's a very
for you football fans out there.
I'm not a football guy.
Might know what I'm talking about.
Your word for it.
Yeah, so he plays that role in Bayern Munich and also on the German national team. And I'll actually do a quick Google to find out what that term is like.
Yeah, let's find what that word is. That was awesome, though. I mean, that is basically what he did, right? Forward striker. He had the shield up, and that enabled him to gain those positions as well. Once he just kind of, everything just lined up for him. The ball in his hands, manages to shoot it in. Bayern Munich, was it the name team? Was that the Raumdeuter?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm butchering.
We'll give you more information about that. But we'll go for a short break, and we'll be back with I don't think we go to lower bracket yet. We go to the next games in the upper bracket, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, okay. So we'll go to the upper bracket first, and then we'll go down to the lower bracket, and then we'll end off the day. But hope you're having a great lunch. If you're eating in front of the screen, thank you for joining us. If not, go and get a top up, a refill of some of your snacks, and we'll be back in a few short minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. Once again, November Finals, Day 1 of the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. It is I, Ham Quack, and with me, Death Adder or Phil. We're just ducking our way in once more into the brackets as we're going to take a look at where the teams have placed so far after the round of 8. So right now you can see Force going to go up against INT Resonance, or actually rather INT Resonance going up against Force, because Force, they are the raid boss after all. But yeah, Phil, any thoughts so far?
No, we're having a pretty competitive day, to be honest. Like, I don't think the scoreboard or the brackets are really telling the tale of how the games are going, because they're pretty close. Like, they are getting too old, but in terms of rounds through the game and how the balance of power is going throughout the tournament, it is pretty interesting. So we're into our first upper bracket game, like you said, and it is Canal Grande on Bounty. So a bit of a winterish map. And remember, the name of the game on Bounty is Just Don't Die.
Stay alive, don't die, and you might live to fight another day. And that is what we're kind of seeing here right now. No Pink trying to do his best to stay alive. Not going to be able to do much, though. The bomb gets taken out. They have... they've taken out the huge shrubbery on the right side of the map, so that could just, leave Force a little bit exposed. But at the same time, just look at how accurate, how deadly they are. That little pincer maneuver onto Regain, he was unable to just stay alive. This is so
on the roll as well.
Deadly. Oh yeah, the whole team. Really, and oh my god, Courier's baiting the shot. Now both sides of Grasma are all gone. And look at this. Scythe dashes in, spin it to win it.
Wow.
This is a complete stomp over Resonance.
Courier's is just like, he's not missing shots, or even if he is, it's just like by a millisecond.
Right?
Just
look at that shot of the No Pink. And this is why he's performing so well on Piper as well. Piper is one of those brawlers that the farther away you are, the more damage you do, right? And Jay now, he has a super up. He wants to fly over. He's going to do it, but I think that might have been a mistake. Piper up close and personal, not strong enough. Dodges the shots from Response. If he can take it out, might bring it back just by a bit, but 23 and 32. It's, I think, enough is said. Force are just incredible. Absolutely incredible.
And Response was super sharp. He was super sharp as well. So he was like just patrolling the left side, cross-firing with the right side, and then they had follow-up as well, with close range with the spin. So really rough days, I think. Rough days ahead for my brain has just gone blank.
Resonance.
But for Resonance, yes, I don't know why I kept thinking about Response. Response is one of the players, but the team is that they're going up against is Resonance. So rough days ahead for Resonance, but let's see how they adapt. They might be able to adapt to kind of what is going on. Maybe the key is to get a tankier brawler to kind of stop those initial shots. Maybe a Frank, I don't know, maybe to get a Sprout or something with photosynthesis on. I don't know.
You just might be right, as we see Regained picking Jack, a heavyweight brawler, the tank who goes right in. But at the same time, Force, they're countering this counter strat at the same time, picking Response, picking Daryl, another close range brawler. Yeah, both sides are switching things up. So now it's going to be an all-out melee fight. Jay on Mortis, I think Scythe on Mortis as well. And we have seen how strong he can be, how stealthy he can be. They have the advantage of these grasses, these bushes, right? But at the same time, it seems like Resonance right now, they have that edge. Response having a tough time dealing with two members from Resonance. Gonna get taken out. It's gonna be 11-4, but Courier's on Mr. P. It's just a little bit tough to deal with.
it is tough, and it is actually Resonance might be able to make their way back in this game, because with Force trying to shake it up and go for the big brain move of counter strat, they've opened up the possibility of having a inferior lineup, and at the moment they're not doing as well. And Jay is really stepping up right now to kind of capitalize on that and get those kills. And remember, as he gets those kills, he regains health as well, so he can just keep that damage train rolling. Scythe going to get sucked in by Regain as he pops that super, and now has to be forced back. But they are in the lead with 23 stars so far. Jay needs to be careful though. He's doing the majority of the damage. Goes out for the follow-up, and will take out Scythe. Beautiful Mortis play right there. Yes, and he will bring it up. That total to 29 as Regain will follow up with another kill also. So Resonance, they fight their way back, and they'll bring it to 1-1. Force trying to go with the counter play, and it didn't work out for them. So let's see whether they switch back, and maybe that's the strategy, right? Because now I'm thinking, right, if I'm Resonance, I'm like, I did really well with that lineup, but maybe a lot of it had to do with Force switching up. So do I stay with that same lineup and risk getting taken out if Force switch back to their first lineup? Or do I just go back to the lineup that is gonna, that will counter that first lineup? It's mind games. So as Resonance, I don't know what you're thinking now at the moment, because you don't know what Force are gonna do, right?
Yeah, and that is the question on everyone's minds. What are Force going to do? If they go with the same, sharpshooter, long-range brawler type of composition, I think their melee composition would still be able to, counter and deal with that perfectly fine. If Force, though, are able to switch things up, if they come up with something that actually defeats this sort of melee assassin brawler type of composition, they would be able to get that leg up on Resonance here. I have to say it's a little bit questionable seeing Coudier's picking Mr. P, because he's the the long range throwing kind of brawler. He throws those briefcases, and at the same time his super, right? It's summons those little penguins, little peeps. They don't do much against these really strong high DPS melee brawlers like Mortis, like Jack. And at the same time, I have to say, No Pink was doing such a great job, right? He was on Poco. He got his supers up a lot of times, and healing his teammates up really kept them alive. That enabled them to go in and do so much damage, gain so many stars, and that's ultimately, I think, what led Resonance to their win. So if they can keep this up, if they can keep those heals up, if they can protect No Pink long enough, I think they could be looking at a win here.
So we'll see how it turns out as we're waiting for them to just join in. I think we'll go into game very shortly, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they do. So here comes the lineups.
Here comes the lineups. Coudie Ace, he is on Jean, and I believe that is his main brawler. This is the lineup, actually, that Force used to win in the World Finals. Jean, Shelly, and B. And Scythe. So much damage. That's the healer already gone. They have those stars up against Resonance. Resonance, they have to be very careful here. One little mistake. You can see Force, they all have their supers up now, with the exception of Coup. But once they get it, once he gets the gene pull, the grab, the magic hand, Resonance, they have to be so careful. Look at how much space just by standing there. Resonance are scared. Oh, in response, shotgun blast right up close, point blank range. That gets one taken out. It's gonna be a trade. 4-6 right now is the score. But Jay going in with his own shotgun as well. Not gonna be enough. Response so strong, Phil.
It's tough, right? And I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna. Jay needs to stop rushing in, and it's hard because you keep getting pulled, right? And it's rough because even if they stick together, one of them is gonna get pulled in, or even if they go on like this counter like that, right? Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of speechless as well because from a strategy point of view, it's with their lineup that they have right now, it's very hard to take on Force.
Oh yeah. So tough to counter. I mean, you have the close range, you have the mid range in the form of Fruity and then you have the long range in terms of Scythe on B. It's kind of, they have all these different avenues covered. It's very balanced, and they are all mechanically strong as well to be able to deal with anything that Resonance tries to throw at them. And that's why they are going to take this third round actually away. And this pushes us into the next game, which I believe is going to be, is it Siege?
Siege. Olive Branch. Siege on Olive, Siege on Olive Branch.
It's so, I love that, response on Shelly at the same time. He has that PSG jersey on.
Yeah.
it's just like,
yeah.
Oh man. Foreshadowing. We just know, Force is gonna
It's not like it's not even a prediction, right? It's kind of like general. It's almost fact at this point that they are probably the strongest team in these monthly competitions, and I would think that would be an advantage for the majority of the other teams, because that means that they would have more time to study on who their eventual they're gonna make their way through, right? So eventually, yes, you prepare and you train and stuff for other teams, but at some stage, if you make it to the semifinals or the finals, right, or at some stage in this competition, when you start in the round of 8, you are going to face Force somewhere in this competition, and you need to have a strategy ready when you play them. And if you don't, then you're just planning for failure, right? Failing the plan is planning to fail. So, it just seems like no one really has an answer to these strats that Team Force has, and there's so many opportunities to kind of analyze how they play, right? Not just from these community tournaments where they keep themselves kind of warmed up, but also like all the international competitions that they're taking part in, all the regional competitions as well. So it's not like there isn't material for you to study up on and try and formulate strategies to counter them. But at the moment, it just seems like they're too strong.
Yeah, it's tough, right, Phil? But, I dare say, you know Jocko Willink, right? And what does Jocko Willink say in the face of adversity? Good. It's good.
Yeah, good.
It's an opportunity, right? For these teams, they might lose against Force, but it's good because it's an opportunity for them to see, all right, this is why Force is so good. This is how we can learn from them and maybe, start to improve ourselves. So right now, Resonance, they're trying to take a page out of Force's book, possibly. It's the same composition right here. We have Carls, we have Pams, we have Barley as well, but right now, actually, they've managed to win those duels. Force, they're taking Resonance out of the equation. Now they have map control, and they're pocketing all of these vaults. No Pink trying to gain some space and push them back a little bit as well. Now Scythe goes in, and it's an all-out duel, but if we take a look at those vaults, Force are up by so many. Phil, I don't know what's gonna happen once that Ike comes in.
I mean, generally Force don't like to take the first siege. They like to kind of give their first siege off and be able to take out their first robot really early on because it's easier to take out. But I think conversely, like even though it's the first siege, if you give Force 13 bolts, that's still like a pretty high level bot at level 1, right? If it's like 5 bolts, 7 bolts, sure. But you can see the amount of damage it's doing, even at the siege level 1 siege. 13 bolts it's tough, dude. Like you just saw that, and it came down to maybe like, I don't know, 1/3 health left. But you can't. You can give away the siege, but you can't give away that high of a level robot even at siege 1.
It's, they missed out on the first siege because it was a tie, but then that kind of allowed Force to pocket that many more bolts up, right? They had that mid control, and they just kept going bolt after bolt. They go up to 12 bolts, And that's when the purple, big, bad, mean,
Yeah.
angry siege bot comes in. So thick, so much damage. Even with Rosa, which I think one of the players from Resonance were playing on, the shield just wasn't enough. You just can't defend against such a strong, high-level siege bot like that. And that's why you don't want to let Force get this momentum going on. Once they have that many bolts, it's so tough to put a stop to their advances. And this is what we're seeing from them right here. They have the first bolt up this time, Resonance, so things might be different. Jay needs to stay alive and push in and maybe even take response out. Of course, though, Force, they're not going to let that happen that easily.
They're not going to do that, and they will try their best at anything or any endeavor rather. So let's see, Resonance able to do 20% health, right? They are able to drop about 19%, 20% off Team Force, so that's a good indicator for them early on. But now they have to be careful. They have to be they have to work hard for in every single moment of this game, because they need to make sure that they get the next siege as well and not drop that to Team Force. And at the moment they're doing good. They're at 6 volts to 4. It's going to be 6 volts to 5, and they will get that siege. So they'll get the second siege spot at 6 volts. Let's see what they can do. So far, Team Force dealing with it very well. And they're tanking it really good because, wow. So the super came out from Scythe doing a lot of damage. Response put down the modulator, which was healing both himself and Scythe. And that's how they were able to tank that much damage from the robot.
There's a little strategy there to steal, right? I mean, it's that combination of Pam and Carl to deal with those siege bots. Now Jay's just like, man, that siege bot did nothing. And now Force is up by 11, maybe even 12, maybe even 13 this time. And it's going to be another level 12 siege bot. You know what that means, Phil.
Yeah,
it's the Iron Giant.
The modulator
is just pulverizing, going right through.
There's two saving graces, right, at the moment. Is they have a modulator up right in front of the safe, so that's when I help them out. And there we go. So not too bad.
No, it's
but
bad.
As I say that, they are able to wipe the whole team. They follow up with the robot after the robot goes down and wipe the rest of Resonance. So easy win for Team Force right there towards the end. We thought it could have a bit of a wildcard play could have come out, but end of the day, they showed us that they actually knew what they were doing, and there was no chance in heck that they were going to let that escape. So we are going to go for another short break. Very nice pacing in this tournament. We'll be back in a few short minutes, so go and grab a drink. Myself and Quack are going to stand up and do some stretches and stuff as well to get the blood flowing. And we'll be back very shortly.
We are back. It is I, Hey I'm Quack, and Death Adder or Phil. It is November finals. We're up in the upper brackets right now, and we just saw Force taking a game off from INT Residence. Now it's going to be Umbrella versus Dophen. Take us away, Phil.
Yeah, we go up against IC Dophen, now Umbrella, and let's see whether they can fight the good fight as they go up against a formidable opponent. 12-3 on the scoreboard at the moment, 14-3 as IC Dophen pick up another kill right there. Ken trying his best to equalize the scoreboard, will be able to pick one up. He is on B, of course, and has that cute bee, literal bee skin on there. So IC Dophen now will go into the shadows, making full use of the cloak and dagger nature of that super, and Miracle will drop Ken, so that's going to bring it to 21-18 as Depressed ulti with that counter, and he's down to 4 health. He is able to get away, and he might get hit by the spinning rockets, but is able to stay alive and out of danger for now. So it's 22-21, Umbrella with the big comeback, and now they just have to be careful. They need to keep Depressed. They all have to stay alive, actually, because it's only 1 star away. But conversely, IC Dophen, they have to commit. They have nothing else to lose right now, and they're gonna push in. Ken almost going down. Ken goes down, but Dead Prime at the death will get the kill onto Dot Squid, and that will bring it to 25-24 with Umbrella sneaking in the first round.
Sneaking in, really sneaking in. I mean, you said it many times today, Phil. Don't die.
Don't die.
And,
that's all you have to do. Don't die.
It came down to it. They had to make a move if they wanted to win, so they went in for it. Thankfully, I mean, they almost lost it, but Dead Prime came up with a trade. They brought it back up by just 1 star. 1 star.
Yeah.
And that was round 1. So fast. It's going to be down to the second round now. I mean, looking at the compositions, it's fairly interesting. It's still all about these long-range duels, long-range brawls, right? We got Brock, we got B, we got the Sprout as well. Haven't seen much of the wall as of yet, but I think the thing that intrigues me even more, actually, is Miracle and his that cloak and dagger playstyle.
Indeed, and they're using it to very good effect, right? They can use it offensively if they just want to hide and set up an ambush. They can use it defensively if they're in the lead or on the back foot and they just want to kind of hang out and wait for an opportune moment. They can use that in that way as well. And now Dead Prime switching up to Sprout.
Switching up to Sprout. I mean, he has that photosynthesis, and that just allows him to stay alive a little bit more. But you can see that IC Dophen, they're closing in on Umbrella. Here comes a frag, and Depressed trades it back up with a well-placed shot. Now Miracle goes down. Ken comes in with the support, and once more, Umbrella, they're looking up by 2 stars. There is the wall, and that blocks out the entirety of the left side, leaving only 1 narrow alleyway where they can just sneak even more shots in through. So IC Dophen, you know, they're kind of stuck right now. They're trapped. They don't have space. And this is where Umbrella are just zoning them out. But just as I say that, a nice, well-placed shot from Dot Squid goes right through. Dead Prime's the only one on the left side now. He has the backing from Ken. He just respawned. Now Depressed is the one who's getting pincered. Ooh! 2 shots right up his alleyway. He's going to get taken out. Now, once more, they're up by 1 star. It's all about staying alive, Phil. Staying alive. Okay, 10 seconds left. And IC Dophen, they aren't looking pretty good.
Here comes the chase, though. The chase from Ken. He might be able to sneak in the kill. Unable to do so. They are able to seal the deal and pick that up. So it's 1-1.
1-1, that takes us to round 3. I mean, you can tell by the way I walk something. I forgot the lyrics, dude. But that's how it kind of goes, right? The nature of the game, the long range duels. They get the stars, and then they gotta stay alive.
You gotta stay alive. Staying
just
Alive
gonna
also
see
a very good
myself
song. It's also it's good. It's also a very good song to the BPM. Very good important song because that is the exact BPM for
CPR.
chest compressions for CPR. So
That's right.
always a useful tool as well. We're gonna go into the tie break here on none other than Canal Grande. I think we still are. Yeah,
We're
still
still
in the
at
upper
Canal
bracket.
Grande.
Yeah, we're in the second game of the upper bracket, and let's see whether Umbrella can bring this back up against IC Dophen. They're gonna want to steal this out already. Dot Squid going down, and an earlier kill early by Depressed Ulti was able to pick up one. So it's 2-1 at the moment. Depressed Ulti needs. Whoa! He juked 4 shots, 5 shots, 6 shots, but the ulti will come out. The super will come out from Dot Squid, finally picking him off and bringing it to 2-4. Dead Prime though is squeezing Wiggly Spew into the corner and is going to be able to get that kill. But Miracle with the long-range snipe will follow up and ensure that IC Dophen are up by 6-4. Now 9-4 as he gets the secondary snipe off.
Oh my god, Miracle. Watch out for this guy. I mean, he's taken the name, back against the Umbrella team, right? I mean, Piper with her Parasol, that's basically an Umbrella. And he's landing all of his shots. Look at that. Now Ken takes one. He's down to 802, gonna heal back up, but they're kind of stuck right behind that wall. Dot Squid has been doing a very good job as well. He has his super. He's just waiting for that opportune moment to activate it. Depressed Alfie now looking kind of sad, kind of depressed, kind of dejected. Gonna have to fall back as Miracle seizes up so much space. Another duel on the left side as well as Death Prime is able to take out one member from IC Doppins. But still, they have the lead on the stars. It's all about the fight that's happening on the right side, and now that they have the middle opened up, Dot Squid is able to pincer maneuver Dead Prime. He gets taken out, and now the Dolphins are up by, oh man, I don't even know math, 10 stars at this point. And it's just going to be an all-out duel. All they need to do is stay alive at this point. And Umbrella, they're trying to take the fight back up against them. They could do it. Oh, very close. But that's all she wrote, as Wiggly's crew wasn't enough.
Oh, man. Whoa. That was a bit too close for comfort, but whew. They're able to bring it. So they'll take it 2-1, and that's going to force us to... no, actually, no. Siege. I'm getting ahead of myself. We're going to go to Siege. So game mode 2.
Yeah, round 2.
We'll go to Siege on Olive Branch, and let's see how it turns out. Both of them very strong on Bounty. So I think it's going to be pretty similar on Olive Branch. It's just going to be a matter of what's their strategy. Are they going to go and take out the obstacles and open up a way for them to have easier line of sight of the safe itself, or are they going to kind of do what Team Force did, which is split their opponent in two and kind of hack away from both angles, and then the middle player just kind of just puts fire down on anyone trying to commit to either of those sides, right? So I'm excited to see what strategy is gonna be used.
Definitely very interesting. I mean, just looking at how they played Bounty, it was a lot of just, brawling, dueling it out, see who can land their shots more. And then if, the map is opened up because of the Piper bombs or the Brock bombs, then you can go in for your strategies, your pincer maneuvers. But over on Siege, a little bit different. You still want to go for that mid control and get as many bolts as possible. Because even if you kill, if you don't have the bolts, you're going to have to deal with a very, very powerful Siege bot that, you might not even be able to defend. So the strategy that Team Force has, right, the Pam, the Carl, it works out very well together. It gels together very nicely. I'm definitely curious to see what these teams are going to play for us. I see Dophen right now, but I think it could be actually pretty similar, right? It's just a very strong strategy, very sound strategy. Pam plus Carl. And you have one more, maybe a Mac, just run all over the place.
I think the Pam is the most important. We haven't really seen that utilized properly in the previous months, but having that Pam up and making sure that you don't use the modulator, that you don't use the super until the siege comes in, and then putting it in the right position, whether that's right at the safe or right behind the first set of obstacles that the bot has to come through, makes such a difference in defense against the robot.
Yeah, you want to make that difference. You want to be able to deal with that robot because if you don't, that's your base taking so much damage. So Pam definitely a good choice. But I mean, just looking at the team compositions that the meta picks, right? I think Colette could be a very strong pick. It's about taking up those bolts as well. But right now the game has started and we're seeing that Pam in play. We also have a Rosa, so that's actually interesting over on Ken. Wiggly Spoon
We've got the
going
new
with
Brawler as
newest
well.
Brawler. Yeah, Lou. Very, very good at just stealing space. You can see that this allows Icy Dophen to get the first siege bot activated, up and running. It's going to push right into the base. Ken doing his best to defend against it. Dead Prime does not have his healing modulator though. And this is Lou doing his thing. You're seeing that new super right down in the middle. They cannot get out of it. They cannot escape.
Yeah,
And
the longer that
buys
they
enough
stay
time.
in, the longer that they stay in, you can see that freezing timer go up, and ultimately they do get frozen if they stay in there for too long, and you can see they get stunned for quite a considerable amount of time, and that counter just stays there for a very long time. So if you can follow up on that if you're Lou. So it's going to be interesting to see how Wiggly Stew is able to utilize this with the next siege.
Next siege goes in. Ken and Dead Prime doing their best to stop the bot from pushing through. But even if they are able to take the bot down, look at how Icy Dophen are just following through with it. Such a good job. Down to 34% now, and Icy Dophen still with a very strong lead. They still have those 4 or 5 bolts, coming up with a 6th now possibly. Umbrella able to kind of counter just by a bit, but I don't know if it's enough. Wiggly Spoo is just doing such a good job as Lou. He's stunning them, giving them brain freezes with the ice cream, and at the same time, once he gets that super, it's just so strong. Umbrella might actually be able to summon their siege bot now, so Icy Dophen, all they need to do is to defend.
The Lou is playing off so well because it freezes the bot also.
Oh yeah,
that's insane. That's such a good strategy. It's amazing. But
not enough
they
though.
need to get the damage on, and they do. Okay. So they do. Match is over, but right at the death. A bit of a lag spike at the end, but that's cool. I mean, the Lou strategy.
Literally.
It is, yeah, literally it is cool. But I would like to see that. I would like to see that strat.
Oh yeah.
I'd like to see that strategy a bit more refined and see how that turns out in the other game modes as well. Because I think that would be a really good game mode for potentially Brawl Ball. I think that would be really good if you can get that super up.
Oh yeah.
And Heist as well. It'd be actually pretty excellent on Heist, I think, at the right time. Because when you get the super, anyone who gets touched by it, that timer goes up, right? That freeze timer.
No.
And then
the timer activates when you get hit by the shots.
Yeah. So, but it also gets extended by the super as well. So that as you get hit by his regular attack, right? You also get frozen as if you got frozen by the super also. So that kind of like extends or makes it easier even after the super as you come to attack. And then it slowly starts to wind down, but then it restarts again once you start to get hit. So
and the stun is just, it's so strong.
It's long. It's pretty long actually. Like in terms of how quick Brawl Star games go, like that's enough time to lock in any attack, right? Like if you have, like you said, like a B, if you had B or what was that, Piper as well. Piper, you can get the DPS down so quickly on that person. Even Mortis, to be honest, if you want to lock someone or lock a team down in an area and just get all of them hit by the burst damage, right? You could lock them down that way. So we haven't seen Lou that much. He is a new brawler, but lots of potential from what we've just seen.
Definitely a lot of potential. I mean, just theory crafting with you, talking about like say Brawl Ball. You land your super down, you stun someone, and all of a sudden they won't be able to defend. They won't be able to body block the goal,
Yeah.
right? But
Or
that said, we're still
counterattack,
in siege.
right? Yeah.
Oh,
We're gonna go
yeah,
to
you have
siege.
a very good point.
Still in siege.
Still in siege. I don't think we see any lose anymore. They socked off of it. This time it's going to be a Max, a Pam, a Spike, and a Rosa in play. Ken trying to do his best to tank so much damage. Now he's going after Wiggly. The healing comes right up in the nick of time. Wiggly will be able to take out Ken right there. But still, tie in the first phase of the siege. We're up at 3-3, and it's still just looking to be a game of who can get control over the middle of the map right now. You saw these 3 split lanes. Umbrella are kind of forfeiting the left lane for some reason, but the duel over by the middle, right? Wiggly's Poo and Dot Squid, they're just doing such a good job of keeping Dip Prime at the back. And this allows them to just stay right in the center, pick up all those bolts. Still pretty even though, because Depressed Ulti with the speed boost actually very, very useful. The gadget comes in handy as well, dashing in and out of place. But at the end of the day, I think IC Dolphins, they're winning these fights. They're taking these engagements and they are winning them. And that just allows them to gain all of these bolts up. But at the end of the day, Umbrella actually are the ones to get the first spot in. Damage is done though. It's all about how IC Dolphin defends this initial bot. Once they come in with the second phase, the last phase, that's when their biggest and baddest siege bot comes into play. Umbrella are going to have a very tough time dealing with that one.
They are, and that last siege, that timing is starting to tick-tock. They do have that lead at the moment, but they have to prepare right now. So what they need to do is they basically need to wipe IC Dophen, right? They need to down all the characters at the moment right now, every single one of them, in preparation for this siege bot. But IC Dophen have recognized that and they know. So level 19 here, oh my god. I don't think we need to commentate that because this is just going to commentate itself. Let's just admire this. Admire this strategic play that IC Dophen has done.
Did you see that?
Like, there's nothing to say about that. Like, last siege, okay, whoa. You know, maybe level 5, level 7. Level 19. 20. Level 19, level 20. Like, did you see how big the bot was? Like, literally the graphic of how big that robot was.
The size changed, but
oh, man.
And they knew as well. They were just like, all right.
They're just like, well, you know, like...
Right, game's over. All right. Game over.
Well,
kudos
just gotta
to
focus on the next one, I guess. Like, you can't don't look back in anger, I guess, as they say.
Can we get a RIP or F? Press F to pay respects in the chat. I mean, they tried. They wanted to try, but you know, they couldn't do anything. Umbrella.
I think I think IC Dophen with that summon, with that siege, have basically set the record so far in all the community rumbles for the highest level siege, which is level 19 now. So if any team wants to break a record, the records you have to go for are highest siege. You can also get the record for beating Team Force.
Issuing the challenge right here. People in the chat, people in the players, you know.
Records out there, to be broken. So
the gauntlet is down. You just gotta pick it up. First siege does go in the way of IQ Dophen though.
Yeah. Dead Prime able to get the wall up, so it's gonna force him in. Ken will take a couple of body shots, and the bot will go down. So only sustaining 9% of damage, and now they're gonna be able to work on the next siege right now. But at the moment, I see Dophen, they're tied 2-2 volts at the moment now with Umbrella, and Umbrella just needs to get back into the map because they don't have any map control at the moment, apart from Depressed Ulti, who's done a good job so far, has picked up 2 bolts and has a modulator there that's healing him up, which gets taken out just as I say that. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think Wiggly Spoo just did a good job. He seized the opportunity, saw the flank that was open, and he just went in for it. The Cold player from IC Dophen, you know, he was trying to be that distraction for Depressed LP, and it worked out in the end. Of course, at the end of the day, still, Umbrella coming in with that second bot. It gets taken out, though. And this is going to be...
it was only level 4. So they were able to
look at the bolts, dude, once more. I see with 8, I think we could see a repeat of what we saw in the previous game. Might not be 19, but still.
Yeah, they're not out of it just yet. So if they can take out IC Dophen right now, they might. Okay, no, not anymore. For a second, if they were alive, if they didn't go down, it might have been able to tie it, I think. But level 13. Okay, it's not a level 18 bot. Level 13. No, they've given up. I think. Like, Prime is just on AFK for a second. He's like, well, the sad emote comes out. He knows it's done. And that is it. It's done and dusted. So IC Dophen will... IC Dophen, they walk, I think, is that it? For Siege? Yeah, I think that's it.
IC
Dophen, they will take the game. They will walk into the next round of the upper bracket. They'll move to the next phase, and we're gonna take a short break. We'll be back with the lower bracket, and that's gonna be pretty exciting because those teams are hanging on for dear life to stay in the competition. So we'll be back in a few short moments, and we'll see you soon.
and we are live once again with the November finals of the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. We are now ducking our way into the lower brackets, but yeah, that was the upper bracket round 2, and really crazy games, right? I mean, just taking a look at the brackets right here. Icy Dophen against Umbrella, fairly close, but towards the end, the level 19 siege bot. Enough said. Level 19. That's all that needs to be said. I think Oliver, CMC Oliver in the chat as well, actually brought up a very good point that it was a big brain move by Icy that they actually deliberately chose not to pick up the bolts and lose the second one in order to come in with a level 19 one. So if you guys want to beat that that streak, that level 19 siege rod, if you want to go with the low 20, that is your ticket. That's the way to do it. Lose the first 2 sieges on purpose, and then come in with the level 19 one. I don't know if anyone can do it, but if you can,
high risk, high reward, right? High risk, high reward.
High risk, high reward.
Oh snap! He's done it. You guys have been asking for the duck away. If you can get a level 20 or above siege bot, Quack will send you a
or
duck.
If you can beat Force, you know.
Yeah, if you can beat Team Force, or you can get a level 20 siege bot, you're gonna get your duck away. So, CZK, you've been asking for it. There's your chance.
There is his chance. But anyway, Gem Grab, Minecart Madness. It's NGSP versus Grasma Dophen. Take us away, Phil.
Yeah, so this is one of my favorite maps, minecart, and you have to be very careful about that because that minecart will it'll change directions back and forth, and that is you have to design your playstyle around it because you can get backed into a corner like Aaron right here. He almost gets hit by the minecart, but it does massive amount of damage. And then you also can get stuck in corners or stuck against the wall. At the moment, good mind control by Grasma Dophen, but as I say that, they go in for the jump, and we'll give all those gems to Tracy, who says, "Thank you very much, I'll take that gem." And now we'll start to move their way back. They want to get that last one, and they'll start the countdown now. Once you get to 10 gems, of course, the countdown starts, a 15-second timer if I'm not wrong, and then it's all madness. All hell breaks loose because the countdown doesn't stop until you bring down that gem count to below 10.
Roberto.
Roberto just saying hello to the opposing team, and they'll pick up the first round no problem. So very easy win for them there. The counter jump didn't work out so well, and it just goes to show everything that we said: having good positioning, using the minecarts to your advantage, making sure you go in at the right time. All of that just happened for you on show. It was a masterclass on the game itself by NGSP. And we're into the second round.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it, Phil. Good positioning, and that's what I'm looking for. I personally am not a fan of this map because of the minecart. It's so annoying. Sometimes you just neglect, you don't even think about it, but it's there, and you walk into it, you get hit. That's 2,000 points of health already gone. Roberto doing a very good job on Genie, actually. I mean, the magic hand is able to steal gems away if you time it, if you place it well enough. Right now, they have control over the middle. Get drunken with the 4 gems. It's going to get taken out by Sugar Plum, but Vex comes in with a spin of his own. It's all up to Tracy now, and she's trying to do her best to stay alive. And this is the minecart not working in their favor. You can see that she's upset about it as well. Like, it's going against them, goes against the grain. But this time, now this is their chance, right? Because the minecart goes against Grasma now. So they could actually come in with a potential steal here. Roberto, he's looking for it, just waiting for that opportune moment. Right now, though, still staying in the middle of the map. Here comes the minecart once more. This time it'll go against NGSP, and they need to hide. They need to fall back, because if they stay on those tracks, they could get hit. Up to 6 gems and 6 now. No, 6 and 7. And Tracy, there you go. You get hit by it. 2,000 points of health. They're not happy. But this is the steal, and now they are up by 2 gems, Phil. What's going to happen next?
Yeah, the counter push is coming in from Sugar Plum as he gets his ultimate up. and we'll pop that super. So they're gonna get 10 gems now. Baz to be careful of the mine cart. Narrowly escapes it. Lucky he had a modulator there as well to help back him up. But Sugar Plum has to be careful. Is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Drops the gems. Gem pop starts up again. But here comes the mine cart. Ding, 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 ding. We'll take him out. But all the gems are stuck on the other side. So the countdown will start now. So Grasma Dophen with a big comeback. Just like that. Sugar Plum will pick it up and they'll tie it. So the countdown timer is reset. It's down. And now they have to pick up another one. And now it's to the benefit of NGSP. They have to go on the defensive now. Maybe they'll go on the offense. They were able to take out one, but the minecart is coming towards them. So perfect time for them to stay on the back foot. Roberto Firmino, I have no idea what he's doing because the minecart's going to lock him out. And they know exactly where he is, but they're not concentrating on him. I have no idea why, because they're going to try and get that last gem. He gets the jump in, does Aaron, but he'll go down. So the countdown starts once again. They have 12 gems. All those gems on that right side. Sugar Plum with the spin will be able to pick up the majority of them. And now they're going to have to push all the way through, but I don't think they have the time. 6 seconds to go. Vex pops his ultimate. Also, Aaron through the wall. Needs to go up against Roberto Firmino, but he's right at the very corner. And they will escape. What a game, NGSP. Wow.
Brilliant. Phil, I have a question for you. When's your rap album gonna drop?
Slated, it was supposed to come out in October, but because of COVID and stuff, we've had to push it back. I think perhaps we'll release it maybe in like March. I'm waiting on like Steve Aoki to get back to me. You know, he just worked out with JJ. Yeah, I just released the song with JJ Lin, right? So I'm just waiting for them to get back, and then give me a call, Steve. You know, we're waiting.
We got connections with Team SMG after all, but round of applause to Death Adder, right? That was one heck of a cast. It was absolute mayhem. It's minecart madness.
It was. It literally was mayhem.
Nuts. The way they accidentally, you get blocked out by the minecart, you lose that many gems. Somehow you're able to recollect all of them. I mean, I thought that. Wait, what's the name again? I forgot. It's Grasma again.
Grasma Dophen versus NGSP.
NGSP, there we go. I was just in awe of you, Phil. I thought NGSP were gonna lose that round, but they didn't. They were able to come back. Roberto Firmino, I have to say, does such a good job with those grabs. The rest of the team as well. The Pam, it just works out so darn well. And of course, the minecart doesn't do anyone any favors. It's not really RNG because you can kind of time it. After it goes against you, it goes against your opponent, and that's where you have to kind of plan out in advance, right? But at the same time, it's just kind of tough to predict what's gonna happen. But anyway, that is, as you said before, done and dusted. Another one bites the dust. The next map is going to be Safe Zone on Heist. This is where I think the deciding factor is going to show itself. This is where the teams are going to show which one's better, because it's going to be an all-out brawl once more. Long-range engagements, long-range duels. It's going to be about who positions himself, who controls space, and who deals enough damage to be able to force themselves into their opponent's space. Right now, it looks like NGSP has the upper hand, but I don't know what's going to happen next, Phil.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to slowly make their way in and get map positioning. Like, positioning is the main thing, right? You want to get into a good position, and you will have your ranged brawlers. And once you get them into a very good position, pick out the obstacles if you want to open up the line of sight. Then you can start to do that assault on. And so far, NGSP have done that successfully with that initial salvo, bringing it down to 76%. But now they're slowly starting to try and get back. What the heck? So it's Sugar Plum. Sugar Plum's using the dives to go up and hit the save and then dodge back, and that's doing about 8%. So it's not bad if they're in position, because it's allowing him to get some hits and then get back into key position. Like you see right there. Once again, he uses it, gets a bit of damage, gets back into safety zone. But Aaron's ready to go in to get some damage down, but they have to keep an eye on Roberto Firmino up top, because if he gets a salvo with his super, with his ultimate, that's a lot of damage on the safe. But already he got his ultimate off before he went down, so 53% health left. But now here comes the huge push from Grasma Dophen.
Is it gonna be enough though? I mean, Vex, he does have that substantial amount of damage, but at the same time, Sugar Plum has been doing such a good job as Colette. The dashing is doing so much work, but this time they've lost. Grasma are pushing in. It's the damage. It's going through. Now they're down by 10%, and NGSP, they need to slowly inch their way up against once more. Oh, Aaron, very, very risky move dashing in there. Now NGSP, they're doing the same tried and true method of chipping it away slowly, bit by bit, as Roberto comes in from the side flank. They need to worry about Sugar Plum and Roberto. Down to 3% now, and it's practically an NGSP round. They take it away, but, you know, that was fairly close, right, Phil?
Yeah, it's pretty close. Like, it went back and forth. It was just towards the end where they started to get a bit more of an advantage. So let's see how it turns out in the second round. I think it's still going to be pretty close. They might want to tweak the lineup slightly by a bit. Like, the dodge in and out was effective, but perhaps because they're demolishing like all the obstacles, right? Maybe a Piper might be actually pretty good. Like, Piper further back slowly starts to move up, and anytime your opponent wants to come through, bang, you hit him with the snipe. Anyone tries to take out your teammate, bang, you hit him with the snipe. And then if you're able to get those picks, then you move up, and then you get the long range, high damage onto the safe as well. So maybe you want to see that. Yeah, maybe a bow might come out. I don't know. We're seeing all sorts of strategies come out this month, and that's interesting to see, because anytime you have a competition and you can see it evolve over time, and you start to see the meta, you start to see these strategies start to come out, right? It shows that there's innovation. Yeah, it shows that there's creative innovation by the teams, and that they're putting in effort to refine their skill set and also to refine their strategies, which is always a good indicator of a healthy community.
Yeah, definitely. That's what we want to see. Innovation and creativity. It's also very fun to watch Tracy and Aaron go at it. Who's the better Beyblade as they spin against each other? Time and time after again, I mean, it seems like at first it's Aaron, and then it becomes Tracy. Now she has a super. She's just waiting for the best moment to use it. Aaron comes in with a spin now, but he's so low, gonna get taken out. Kid Drunken actually taking a page out of Sugar Plum's book. He's using Colette as well. But it looks like, to me, NGSP might actually have the advantage here. They have the momentum going in, but if they don't keep it up, if they start to falter, that's where GMD will be able to turn the tables around, because they've done a little bit of damage to NGSP's safe as well. Down to 84% and 51 right here, and we're just seeing, ooh, Tracy, nice dodge against Vex. That will be Vex getting taken out. They're going in for it. It's still the spin. And I think NGSP might actually take this home. 6%.
Well, here comes the counter. Here's Johnny. The problem is they don't have any supers up, and so that's going to be a big problem. Vex, though, will be able to get that super down onto the safe now, but time is running out. 63 to 6% now, 40 to 6%. Slowly starting to equalize this, and NGSP need to do something in a quick hurry. And if they don't, they're going to be at the mercy of GMD. But GMD also need to get ready. But they're within striking distance, so all it takes is any of them to get their super up, and they're going to be able to take this game. And there you go. Here comes the initial hit. Aaron comes through. He's going to go for the spin. And just like that, Grasma Dophen, they're going to be able to equalize it to 1-1. So they were just waiting, and that's the problem. They were there. They were waiting. And once they got their super, they were in striking range, so they didn't have to push up. And very smartly, once they got their supers up, were able to just go for the mad dash and take the win.
Get out of town, man. Come on, that looked to be an IC Dophen game. Wait, not IC Dophen, but still, NGSP, just absolutely incredible. And Kid Drunken towards the end as well, I think, over on Colette. Like you said, the mad dash was I think the thing that made all the difference. So close, man, 6%, and then they brought it back. So that is heist on Save Zone. I think, what was that? NGSP taking it away?
It's 1-1, I think it was, if I'm not wrong. I think it was 1-1.
No, I think you're right.
So it's 1-1. And we'll go to a third round on Safe Zone once again. And it was just, at the end, they got a bit greedy because they saw it was at 6%. Yeah, so they saw that it was at 6%, and they were just... He overextended. He thought he could go for that last, like, jump in and, like, get that final hit on the save, and he couldn't, because midway through the jump, he got taken out. And so that meant all three of them went down instead of just two of them. And I think that's a mistake that Sugar Plum might live to rue. But we're into the tiebreak round, and let's see whether they can wisen up Roberto. The other thing was Tracy, that whole game was just storing up the super and just waiting to go and use it on the safe itself. But Vex with the ninja getting into position. Probably is going to get his super up in about 1 to 2 more rocket hits. There we go.
There you go. Here it comes. There's the rocket hit. The mad dash from Kid Drunken as well. Now they're down to 70%. Tracy and Roberto, they need to fend Grasma off, but they're not able to do so quite yet. Just a little bit moment, a small brief respite for Grasma to back off back there for a second, but still, down to 60% on NGSP's side. This is a very, very tough game. It looks like Roberto will just sneak a couple of shots right by, but up close, Kid Drunken will be able to take him out, and this is the spinning once more. Tracy gonna take one out. It's a trade, but the damage is done. NGSP, they're still a little bit shaky at this point, but I mean, if it's like anything from the previous round, anything can happen. I just I'm very appalled by these two teams. At first it looks like it's Grasma's game, then it becomes NGSP's game, then it becomes Grasma's game again. Now they're going back at it once more. Tracy this time wins the Beyblade duel. She'll go in, sneak a couple of shots by, brings it back to 30% now. They might actually do it. They could take GMD out. If Tracy stays alive, if she goes in for a couple more shots. Oh, but it's a base raise. Vex! He gets taken out now. Aaron, he's going to stay alive.
Has ult. Aaron almost has ult as well. Drunken has ult already. Ooh. Aaron's going for it. Ties it up.
Denied.
But here comes the counter. Roberto Famila onto Drunken, and that's it. on that teetering bridge. Dude. And so close on a knife's edge, and it just that's it. So, man, congratulations to who is that? I don't even know, man.
NGSP, I think.
I think it's NGSP. So congratulations to NGSP. They move on. Thank you very much, production. So NGSP moving on to the next stage of the lower bracket. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be back with the last 3 matches, I think, of the day. And this is shaping up to be an excellent day of Brawl Stars action. So we'll be back in a few short moments, and we'll see you soon.
And I think we are back at it again. It's the November finals, day one for the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. Hey, I'm Quack. That's Phil, Death Eder, and the Phil effect. But of course, I think we're coming towards the end of our lower brackets for the day, right? It's lower brackets round 2. We're just going to take a real quick look at the brackets so far. We can see that earlier on that was NGSP actually defeating Grasma Dophen. And I think did they eliminate GMD out of the tournament?
Yep, we are in the lower bracket, so there is no margin for error. GMD have been knocked out of the tournament, and we have 3 games to go. So we are into Cloud Gaming versus Subtilizers, and this is stage 1 of the lower bracket. So already off to a great start are Cloud Gaming. They do have mind control right now, 5 gems so far to 0, and they are going to continue holding on to this area. Folded Spade though, making his way in, trying to make his way through, but Cryptic spots him just in the nick of time. He needs to get out of here though, because the minecart's coming through. He will decide to use the super to take out the rocks, because he knew he was going to go down anyways. So he might as well open up the area so that the rest of his team can make their way through.
Well, I don't know if that's going to be enough, though. Subtilizers, they are still down by so many gems, and Cloud Gaming, they're just doing their best to hold on to it. Well, that's still okay, because those gems are still near their spawn. They can just pick that right back up, as they will do so. Now they are still up by 10. Countdown timer has been activated, and Subtilizers, they have 10 seconds to make a play here. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Here comes another gene pull, and that just deletes them right away. Subtilizers unable to deal with this offensive push whatsoever. Cloud Gaming takes off the first round.
Pretty easy win for them, and Cloud Gaming making good use of strategic choices. There were a couple of areas where, you know, it could have gone wrong, but fortune was on their side, and they were able to lock it out in the end. Coming up to round 2, let's see how they go. Looks like both sides are not very conscious of the fact that the minecart is a factor on this map and does a lot of damage. Like every single second that you're in its path, I think it does like 2,000 damage or something, and like just like tosses you all over the place. So you have to be very careful about that on minecart madness. But can they come back? Can Subtilizers bring it back against Cloud Gaming? That's the question that's going to be answered. But we do have the bear guy and Cryptic. So maybe that's their magical choice. This bear guy. That's the question. Where is he?
He's recuperating, maybe a toilet break, maybe eating lunch. Whoa, Cryptic. This guy likes to dance with danger. Always so close, always near those minecarts. But at the same time, maybe that's how he's able to use them for defilade, use them for cover, as they just race right by. Now, Trash takes a little bit of damage, slowed down by a bit, but at the same time, the bear guy and Cryptic, they're just doing such a good job of staying alive. Oh, here comes a return though. The gene pull, they walk right into the minecart. It kind of backfires just by a bit, Folded Spade. Now he's going to do his best to hold on to that one measly gem as the Peep goes after him. Takes a little bit of damage, I think. It might have been a misplace somewhere. Igneous now trying to do his best to maintain control over the center of the map. But at the end of the day, Cloud Gaming, they are up by 8 gems. What's going to happen here, Phil?
It's hard to say because the minecart is going to make...
Oh man.
As I say that, bang, 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 3 of them get taken out by the big push by Cloud Gaming, as well as the minecart. The smiley faces come out, the emojis come out, and so, you know, Subtilizers is going to do their best. Cryptic gets hit with the minecart twice, takes 4,000 damage, and has to be careful. They stopped the timer for now, but the penguin is going up against everybody. He's getting hit by the minecart. He'll stay alive though with the modulator. Is there to help him out. They might be able to stop this. They just have to kill Cryptic, and that will stop the countdown. But 6 seconds to go. Cryptic very low on health. Finally will go down, but they'll reset the countdown. Okay, they've reset the countdown, but now they have to chase the bear guy, and he's gonna stay all the way in the base. They have to wait for the minecart to go past. Then they have to dive in. Modulator is going to be up pretty soon. They've got 4 seconds to do it. They're going to dive on him, but they don't have enough damage. The modulator is going to come out, and that is it. Cloud Gaming will take gem grab pretty easily, and we're going to head to heist on safe zone. And
I don't even saw at
rough
the end there.
days.
Cryptic
It
got
is, yeah.
Cryptic got run over by the minecart like 3 times at the end there, but definitely rough days for the Sublisers. I think their positioning just is a little bit weaker as compared to Cloud Gaming here. I mean, they're doing such a good job, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're not terrible, but they just weren't taking the minecart they weren't considering the effects of the minecart. Yeah, they weren't using it to their advantage, and they also weren't using it to the detriment of the enemy team as well. So, like, I think that could have been a factor. And so we're gonna go into Heist and Brawl Ball. Remember, there's no there's no. I mean, I guess Heist is kind of like a bounty type-ish game mode, but it's all like objective based now, right? In this round, so it's Heist, it's Brawl Ball. There's no clear cut. You know, you just kill your opponent and you win. And I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it turns out, right? When we go on to Heist, because maybe they'll pick it up. Subtilizers might prefer something else. Maybe it's just the fact of the matter of the map. You know, the minecart, they just weren't used to it. So potentially on Safe Zone, they could do better, and maybe they have a better kind of strategy for Heist and then hopefully Brawl Ball. But if it gets to that, but they have to get over the hurdle of taking Heist as well first, though.
Yeah, it's gonna be all up to Heist. I mean, if Cloud Gaming are able to take this away, Sublisers, they're practically gone. So, Safe Zone, we've talked about this map, we've seen it. I think it's safe to say, Ham is definitely going to be a must-have for any Heist game mode, right? You need to sustain yourself, you need to sustain your team. At the same time, we've just seen how powerful Rock is, just taking away obstacles and the sustainability of that damage, the DOT with the fire and your super as well. When you get that nice, very well placed artillery shot into your opponent's safe, it just does so much. These teams though, they're opting to go without the pan. They're just going for these duels. Igneous will sustain a couple of shots. Still alive though. Interesting to see LMAO and Trash going for the call. That actually could work out pretty nicely, as we saw in the previous game as well. The Colette is going to do a little bit of chip damage, but at the end of the day, Cloud Gaming, they have all the space, and Cryptic is just sneaking shots right by, time and time after again. It's down to 30% now, and Igneous, he's trying to push him back, but he's still alive and doing damage.
Yeah, he is, and it's down to, let's look at the health of the safes, 93 to 26. Trash is stuck in the corner, but he's able to pick off one before going down. So good work from him, and that's going to open up the safe down for the remaining hits. And Cloud Gaming are just going to seal it off with... They just need one more rocket on it. And I spoke too soon. There we go. The dot will finish it off. And Cloud Gaming will take that first round pretty easily. 93% to 0. So we're going to go into the second round as they get back into the lobby. And Subtilizers really gonna have to pull out some magic from the bag if they want to bring it to a tiebreak and then go into the next map. But yeah, it's all about, I mean, at this stage, like when you're down by so much, it's just about trying to relieve the pressure that's on your team, like the mental pressure, and the expectation that you have when you're so far behind. And when you slowly start to pick that off and you start to recompose your team, start to calm down, and then you need to start thinking about going for smaller goals that will eventually lead to you coming back. So for example, maybe the concentration is on like getting a kill, right? Getting one kill, getting two kills. Or the concentration probably is like, okay, let's make our way like, you know, 1/10 down the screen. Let's make our way half the screen, and get into striking range or something like that. Or like, let's get 10% off the safe and then, you know, make our way through that whole kind of thing. So getting it into more digestible, easier goals to hit might be the key for them. But as we say that already, Cryptic taking out LMAO.
Yeah, I think it's exactly as you said, because I mean, it's definitely doable to come back from a deficit in Heist, especially on Save Zone. I mean, we saw earlier against NGSP, and they basically did what you were talking about, right? The concentration, but right now, it looks like Sunlisers, they're unable to focus, dude, because Cloud Gaming, they're winning all of these engagements. Every time, I mean, just look at it. Folded Spade and LMAO, they lost right off the bat. And it's all up to Igneous to stay alive now. LMAO this time will dash right in. Takes out 2. That could be huge. As Folded Spade and Igneous push right on through. The Bear Guy and Trash, though, I mean, they are able to hold the line, right? Anytime the Bear Guy wants, as long as he has a super, he is able to dodge one attack. And that just kind of gives them space. Look at this. 2 of them right up over on the middle now. And especially that Trash is on 8-bit with his modulator up, that's extra damage. Cryptic as well. I mean, he was basically the MVP of the previous round, I would say. And they're doing so much damage on the Satellisers safe right here. There's nothing that the Satellisers can do. They're trying to connect their shots. They're trying to push them back. Now they've bought up just a little bit of time, but their safe is down to 27%. They need to keep up with this forward momentum. They need to stay up in the middle. They cannot afford to lose. If they do, that just gives Cloud Gaming the space that they need. Cryptic might be, I'm not sure, he's just taunting them actually. And Folded Spade with his peeps, he's trying to get it up. They're going for it, but at this point, it's just a nuisance, I think. Cloud Gaming, they have control.
They do have control, and Crash switching up to 8-bit. He is on like a crazy spree. He has been doing so much damage. If we could actually, if there was a stat bar, I don't think there's a stat bar for how much damage that you do in the game. I don't remember, but if we had a stat for how much damage he did in that round, it would be off the charts. Like his modulator was up almost, like his super was like just always up the whole time. He was giving that bonus to himself, but also to his teammates as well. And they didn't really, the subtilizers didn't really take out the modulator at all. Like it was always up. So it was just bonus galore for them. Like you get one, everybody gets one, you know? And yeah, and so they closed it out. So congratulations to Cloud Gaming. Commiserations to Subtilizers. They get knocked out of the tournament because we are in the lower bracket, of course. So we'll go to a short break. We'll be back with I think we've got 3 games to go.
I think this was the last match of the day, actually. Might be.
Well, we'll check in. We'll just wait for. Yeah, because we've done the upper brackets done. We've done the lower brackets. There were 4. I think there might be 2 more games, if I'm not wrong, because we've done the 2. But we'll see how it turns out. For the production will put up the brackets, and we'll have a look. So there we go. So today, the whole day, we had Force taking out NGSP, Grasma Dophen taking out Resonance 2-1, Umbrella onto Subtilizers 2-0, Icy Dophen onto Cloud Gaming 2-0. Went through the upper bracket, so that's great. And then we have tomorrow, we'll have Force versus Icy Dophen. And then we will go into the lower bracket, which will be Umbrella versus NGSP. Cloud Gaming against INT Resonance, and then the winner of that will go into lower bracket round 3, who will then face the loser of the lower bracket final will face the loser of Force versus IC Dophen, and then that will end up in the grand final. So that's all of that action is going to happen tomorrow. So unfortunately, we've come to the end of today, but I think we've had plenty of stuff go on. We've had plenty of stuff gone on today, and it was really great. I think this is the most interesting and tightly contested series since we started this in September, actually. And it's great to see every month that it's getting closer and closer, and the quality of the games are going higher and higher. And it means that there's healthy. Yeah, the community is up there. It's staying healthy. Everyone's creative. Everyone's innovative. And that's good, and it means that the game is is alive as well. It's been out for a very long time, but with that fact, and also with the fact that you have Team Force that's constantly playing in, so that's upping the ante. And yeah, so it's been myself, Death Adder, and Quack, of course, my co-caster for today. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early again, once again at 11 a.m. I think, if I'm not wrong. So hope you have a great rest of the day, and we will see you tomorrow.